our people will get the services that they deserve. In most of the time, they were being disadvantaged, but I thank you for being part of these interviews. Hopefully, you'll be here from today and tomorrow. It's going to be a long day. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. We are starting now with our first candidate. Kashifa, put your clock here. Uh, 45. Oh, for me, it's 45. 45, immediately when the candidate enters, it's 45. So when I start the introduction, and yeah, you must put 45 minutes. Okay. Lynn, my name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And all the members will introduce themselves so that at least we can start with our business. Over to you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Ms. Stevens. My name is Fikile Masiko. I am a member of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Magdalena Duduzile Hlengwa. I am a member of this committee. Thank you.
Ngibonge Chair igama lami ngusibongile Khawula, member le committee ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mrs. Stevens. My name is Sylvia Tabile Mavimbela, the member of this committee.
Morning, Stevens. My name is Primrose Nokulunga Sonti. I'm the member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Honorable Hlongwa. Honorable Sheriff.
Good morning. My name is Nazli Sharif, member of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheriff.
Good morning,
Honorable
members. My name is Tembi.
That's Honorable Hlongwa.
I am Stembile Mhlongo. I am Honorable Hlongo, Stembile Mhlongo, a member of this portfolio committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hlongwa. I'm not sure whether Honorable Piri is in. Did you check? Did you send her a link? Okay. Lynn, we have 45 minutes with us. So don't start with the preambles and everything. But the first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself and why do you think you are a suitable candidate to be recommended by us to the president to be appointed as a commissioner. Over to you.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson Ndaba and honourable members. It's an honour to be here. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Marion Stevens. I present as a non-binary person. I'm using the pronouns she, her, they, them. Some 40 years ago when I was 17, I started working as a nurse in Cape Town. My first ward was a Black women's ward, and I experienced the harsh realities of apartheid enabling disease and gender injustices. As a white woman, I cared for Black women who had been beaten, who were having septic abortions, and who were dying of cervical cancer. no amount of sitting in classes and listening to lectures could help me understand what was going on. I had to do the work of listening and understanding the political and social determinants of health. As a nurse, I finished and then did further studies. I've worked in a range of NGOs and research organizations. Most recently, I was the founding director of the Sexual and Reproductive Justice Coalition. I then started my PhD and I've recently finished, which is a policy analysis that documents the social construction of sexual reproductive health from population control post-apartheid. So you don't have to worry about my pronouns now. People are calling me a doctor. What I'm tracking and tracing is that I have a range of experiences. I have formal and informal knowledge, and I have a record of commitment to gender equality that I believe makes me a suitable candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Stevens, over to you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Stevens. The Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution which has been established with the view of strengthening constitutional democracy with the focus on the attainment of gender equality in all spheres of life. Now, the question that we wish to ask you is, what is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers and functions? And also, can you please explain the role of a commissioner in a CGE? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masiko. The CGE has been established as a Chapter 9 institution under Section 187. It's also governed by the CGE Act 39 of 1966 as amended. And the mandate is to contribute to strengthening, deepening democracy, constitutional democracy in South Africa by promoting, protecting, developing, and achieving gender equality. It does so by monitoring and evaluating policies and practices of government, the private sector, and organizations to ensure that they promote and protect gender equality. There's also public education and information, reviewing existing and upcoming legislation from a gender perspective. Also, it has investigating powers, commissioning of research, and making recommendations to you, this committee in Parliament, or other authorities, relevant authorities, investigating complaints or any other gender-related issue, and monitoring and reporting on South Africa's compliance with international conventions and treaties. There are some notes, sorry.
Chair, I see that Dr. Stevens has got some notes that she is referring to. Maybe we did not really highlight at the beginning of the interview that we use just blank pages where you can write, and we don't refer to notes when we are in this form of a setup or interview. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Masiko. Okay, the next question. Okay, sorry for that. You can continue, Dr. Steven.
So the role of Commissioner would be to be doing monitoring and evaluation, research, reporting, investigating compliance, participating in the plenary and committee meetings, and coming to report with you through the chair. And yes, I believe that.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Kawula.
Ngibonge Chair. Dr. Steven. Strategy plan from 2019 to 24. Ucabanga ukuthi lokhu sekwenziwe ngokuyimpumelelo ukuqashisa abantu nge-CGE. Yiziphi izindlela ongasebenzisa wena ukuze kugqugquzeleka abantu bazi ngama-right abo, bazi nokuthi ukhona umnyango waka-CGE omelele izinkinga zabo ngazo zonke ubulili, ngabe abesifazane, ngabe abesilisa na, emakhaya, emaplazini. Ngiyabonga.
Dr. Stevens, my question to you is around the strategic plan of the Commission from 2019 to 2024, which is aimed at promoting, protecting gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. My question to you is, has this been done successfully? In particular, looking at people who are vulnerable, and also what means would you adopt to promote public awareness and access to the Commission insofar as people who are in farms, rural areas are concerned?
Thank you, Honorable Koala. The strategy,
Sorry, my love. First, number one, pronounce is surname. My surname, Kaula.
Kaula.
Yes.
Honorable Kawula. The strategy over the past 5 years has done a lot of work around research. I know that recently the work around learner pregnancy has been done. The other areas of work that has been successful have been the a range of litigation. So I'm aware that paternity litigation has been done. There have been some challenges, and I know in relation to governance, the CGE has struggled recently. So I think in terms of the strategy, you've got success, but you've also dealing with institutional arrangements and challenges. Your question, sorry, can you just say, your question is what I would do to promote the strategy afterwards? And then in the rural areas? Sorry.
To promote public awareness and access, yes, in particular those areas.
Okay. That's a very good question. I've seen that the Commission has a significant footprint in media in the last couple of years. So there's been a lot of social media. There's been a newsletter that's been produced. I think they've got about 100 newsletters that have been produced. And there's also a TV channel. My concern is that TV channel is only available on DSTV. And I also understand that there haven't been a lot of public hearings held recently, and in terms of access to the actual commissioners in going to places, that it hasn't been very successful. I was interested to know that in terms of when you were making the applications open to candidates, you started to use a cell phone WhatsApp channel. And I do know that in terms of accessibility, that probably is a mechanism that could be used better. And I also believe that the CGE has got existing relationships in rural areas, whether it's with Salga, whether it's with different churches and also schools. There are also NGOs that have a footprint. And I imagine that if I were to be successful, I would encourage partners and the CGE to engage in those for churches, Salga, and existing partnerships with NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mam Sonti?
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Stevens. The Constitution directs that the Chapter 9 institution of which the Commission for Gender Equality, it's one, must be independent, subject only to the Constitution and law. These institutions must act impartially without fear, favor, or prejudice. One, why do you think that the Constitution requires that the CGE, as for all the Chapter 9 institutions, be both independent and impartial, and also protects that independence? Two, do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial, and why? Can you tell us of a time when you challenged authority at risk to your own interest? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Sonti. Yes, I do regard myself as an independent and impartial person, and I believe that it's really important that the Constitution does make provision for independence. I think that this is what is needed for good governance and accountability, and to enable accessibility to people. So those three principles. In terms of an example, I have in my work as an activist, I have challenged people of different parties and in different levels of leadership. And that might have not been to my advantage in terms of, future partnerships or options to collaborate and work together. And sometimes that has been challenging, but I do believe as a leader, it's really important to be clear on the constitutional principles of gender equality, but be impartial in relation to the powers and relationships with political parties. Thank you.
Mam Sengwa?
Thank you, Chair. Lynn, in terms of CGE, there is gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Now, please convene this committee that you understand very clear that there is equality and mainstreaming. What is in your understanding of gender discrimination, and how would you deal with complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards gender non-conforming person? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Flenga. The reality of gender inequality is about power imbalance between different genders, whether that is male or female or non-binary, and it's around the differentials of power. And this is manifested in a range of issues in terms of where people have access and where they can thrive, whether they are mostly women. In terms of homophobia and gender non-conforming people, I have a strong relationship with a range of LGBTI organizations, and just to give you an example, this last week I was teaching at UCT, and a student of mine described, a non-binary student described being forcibly having to use contraception. And what I did was I managed to arrange for referral. She had had an implant implanted into her, and I'd arranged for her to see a practitioner. I saw her yesterday, and in the week, she had managed to have that implant removed. The problem here was that the health provider had assumed a whole range of issues about her gender and her sexual orientation, and it had imposed a contraceptive option which was not appropriate. And this is the kind of work that I have been doing and will most likely continue to do. Thank you.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chairperson, and hello, Dr. Stevens. Dr. Stevens, we know that gender-based violence and femicide is a huge issue and a pervasive problem in South Africa. In recent years, we've had the National Strategic Plan on GBVF, as well as various legislative amendments to address GBV that has been introduced. Can you tell us, what do you perceive the CGE's role is insofar as addressing GBVF in the country? Secondly, what kind of activities do you think the CGE can undertake to create awareness as well as combat GBVF? And perhaps in your answer, Dr. Stevens, you can tell us about some of the work you may have done in the GBVF field. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Sharif. We have got really good legislation around gender-based violence, and we have had good policies enacted. I just read recently about the reality that of all the crimes that young girls under 17 report. The majority of that is rape. And we have a burden and epidemic of gender-based violence that is affecting teenagers and is a serious indictment on our society and is possibly one of the leading causes of our real challenge of teenage or learner pregnancy. I believe that the CGE has to get to grips with this and has to deal with this. Whether this is in terms of awareness and combating this, I believe needs to come through improved comprehensive sexuality education, and that's what and those who would be part of comprehensive sexuality education. It's not only given to the kids. We also have to address parents and those who churches, faith-based groups, and teachers. My sense is that teachers have an incredibly difficult time in imparting comprehensive sexuality education, and then we're coming to addressing the services, and this is where I have had experience recently in looking at the essential services plan that is needed within the health sector in particular, but also in terms what my sense is that there's an emphasis in a carceral system in taking people through a court process so that you end up with a guilty perpetrator. But my concern is what do we do with that young woman who has been sexually assaulted, and what do we do with the community around that? And that would be my area of interest and work, particularly as I come from a health background. I hope that's answered your question.
Sheriff, do you have a follow-up question or you are fine?
Chair, I'm okay for now, thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hlongo?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And greetings once again to the doctor. Section 11, subsection 1 of the Act provides that in order to achieve its objects referred to in Section 187 of the Constitution, the Commission shall monitor the compliance with international conventions, international covenants, and international charters ratified by the Republic relating to the object of the Commission. Please explain or make us understand what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mplongo. So South Africa is party to a range of treaties and conventions. I understand at the moment the Commission on the Status of Women is meeting, and next month it would be the Commission on Population Development. We also have the SDGs, we have CEDAW, and we have the Convention of the Rights of the Child. I believe that the CGE has to partner in producing reports and to research and produce evidence around those agreements and to measure against that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Hlongo, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I don't, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Masiko? Yeah, sure, okay. Number 5. Masondo?
Thank you, Chairperson. Mrs. Stevens, I'm with you now. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
Thank you very much, Honourable Masondo. The CGE, I believe, reports annually to this committee, or when you request a report or any such information. I have looked at the annual report of the current CGE, and my sense is that the report outlines activities that have taken and reports possibly against some of the indicators or some of the strategies. I believe that this could be strengthened by improving some of the ways of doing that. I am a great believer in listening to ordinary people's stories, and there are some really great methodologies that are now being used formally in different monitoring, learning and evaluation frameworks like appreciative inquiry or stories of significant change, or activities called outcome harvesting. And I believe this would bring to life the monitoring and evaluation processes that could be more than just lived, dry tables, which the annual report was 276 pages, I saw, which is long. And I think what would be really nice is to summarize some of those key learnings, look at some nuggets that really do paint a picture of what is happening with gender equality and how that could be measured against particular strategies or areas that might be you want to be monitored. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Dr. Stevens, for your responses so far. The question that I wish to ask you is around corporate governance, which is quite important for the institution that you have applied to serve. And one wishes to know your understanding of corporate governance insofar as the operations of CGE are concerned, specifically your potential role as a commissioner. And then also we wish to know whether you have been or have ever been accused or insinuated on unfair discrimination or prohibited by Section 9, subsection 4 of the Constitution. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Masiko, so corporate governance is the Chapter 9 institutions are public good, and they are governed by our Constitution, and they are governed by the Public Finance Management Act. And my understanding is that the Constitution itself, the CGE itself has a code of conduct, which is imminently about to be published. In terms of accusations, I've had no formal accusations against me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. The question that I'm going to ask you is with regards to the CGE Strategic Plan 2019 to 2024, which states that the Commission's mandate is broad and almost touches on every aspect of life in South Africa. Many South Africans of all races, genders, and sexual orientations, religions and faith, cultures and traditions, etc., and economic class backgrounds and political affiliations do experience at one time or another gender discrimination or prejudice. In your own view, Dr. Stevens, is the Commission for Gender Equality making impact in the public and private sector? If needed, how can CGE reposition itself to make an impact in its mandate? Yeah, I think this one is it needs your own in your own experience, you know, or assessment when you assess the performance of CGE. What areas do you think CGE has successfully fulfilled its mandate? And what, in your own views, if you analyze and assess the performance of CGE, what areas of focus do you think CGE should focus in?
Thank you, Honorable Ndaba. I've been taking some time to think how I would answer this, and I was taken back to memory in 1996 when I was sitting in Braamfontein when Honorable Tenjewe Ntinso was the first chair, and to think about now over so many years, how many administrations have been, the CGE has held a place in South African society because our gender equality and issues around the position of women in particular have been so challenged. There have been a range of successes that I think are important to elevate. For example, with the COIDA, the Compensation Act, and the litigation of including casual workers. I understand that there have been hearings, so that was legislation, legal. There have been hearings held for relatives of LGBT persons to understand their experiences of sexual violence. But at the same time, it's in the public knowledge and in the media that the CGE has been struggling with governance, with capacity, and I don't want to belabor that, but it's quite clear that there have been issues and there have been challenges, and I do believe that these might have detracted or blurred some of those successes, which I don't think we must lose sight of. The repositioning of the CGE, I believe that I would want to focus on implementation and on tangible aspects of seeing our constitution and progressive laws implemented. I think that there's enormous opportunity to really look at what are we doing and what can we do better on the ground. And my emphasis would be on health, given my background. I also believe that there are enormous opportunities with new media and with ways of working. And I would also like to see the CGE working with artists and cultural workers to make the realities and understandings of gender equality more tangible and meaningful, as opposed to a kind of formal legislative report-based endeavor. I also think that the CGE hasn't been seen on the ground as much as possible. I know that there have been funding constraints or organizational constraints, but I think it's important that commissioners and staff are seen on the ground, are seen to engage with people, are seen to listen and understand what's going on. That was a bit windy, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow up on your answer. You touch on the issue of maybe not having enough funds, which may also contribute in them not reaching out, you know. But what do you think they must do to complement the funds that they have, so in order for them to reach out to women or to people out there in the periphery? What do you think they should do? I think that is the first one. And the second one is about, you know, when dealing with the issues of GBV, you know, sometimes the CGE, in fact, it's in their mandate. They are not a service delivery institution, and people out there, they are expecting that when they've got cases in court, CGE should come in and go and represent them. So what, in your own view, what do you think should happen? How best can you assist in relations to their mandate vis-a-vis the Act?
Thank you. I think that showing up and being on the ground doesn't always need extraordinary funds. I think one actually has to move with one's feet, make arrangements. Maybe if you don't have transport, organize with partners in government or whoever that is going somewhere. So, for example, in this last week, I would have wanted to see maybe the CGE going to understand what's going on in Saldanha with the terrible disappearance of Jocelyn Smith. I think reaching out means going to a place, but also sitting down, and it's not about me saying something, but it's about me listening to what's going on and understanding, and then reporting back and referring. I am well networked, so I'm able to refer to different service providers, whether it's health or legal or social development. I think that there are opportunities as well to mobilize resources with donors, and I understand that the CGE has had some different funding relationships for different projects, and that should be strengthened. There is a mandate, and then there is what is asked of people, and I think that if that is misunderstood, that needs to be made clear through communication, whether on the website or different platforms, whether it's in court or whatever. There needs to be clear pathways of referral. What the CGE can do is when you are visiting and there is litigation taking place or court cases taking place, is to be that pathway of referral and to understand how to enable and support different government departments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stevens. I think we have come to the end of your questions. You have come to the end of your questions. But if there's anything that you'll want, what is she saying? Okay. Oh, Honorable Sharif.
Thank you, Chair. My hand was up. I also just sent a note just to say that my hand was up. Chair, I did have a follow-up question to Dr. Stevens around the question you just asked. Dr. Stevens mentioned that she wants to make sure that implementation actually happens. Now, we know that the Commission for Gender Equality, they provide recommendations to reports that they do, investigations that they do, hearings that they do, and they have recommendations. What would Dr. Stevens' strategy be to ensure that recommendations that she would make as a commissioner would be implemented by departments that are affected? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. Your last 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. So I'm not a fan of reports sitting on shelves. I think if you've got a report on learner pregnancy, you need to go share that with the Department of Health, the Department of Education, the Department of Social Development. You need to use partnerships and networks to manage that information and to work out solutions together. I think that's less than 3 minutes.
No, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and for your honoring our invitation to this interview. If there's anything, any question that you want to ask the chair, the committee.
Thanks, Honourable. I know that you've got a long day running ahead. I won't delay you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stevens. Wish you good luck. We'll inform you. We'll still have to deliberate on the report after we've concluded our interviews. I'm sure by next week we'll be deliberating on the interviews, and then we'll therefore submit our report and go and table it to the House. And then after that, it will go straight to the President after being voted by members of Parliament, 400 members of Parliament. Then it will be taken to the President for appointing the final candidates. But thank you very much for your time. Good luck. The next candidate. What time is it? Ms. Twala, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Yeah, just relax. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncube-Ndaba. I'm the chairperson of this portfolio committee on women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We are 11 members of the committee, and we are all going to ask you questions. Each and every member will introduce herself. I'm sure when you ask questions so that you can manage time, honorable members, you can introduce yourselves. My first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself, and why do you think you are a suitable candidate to be appointed as a commissioner, to serve as a commissioner at CGE?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity for inviting me to be interviewed here today. My name is Mbalenhle Twala. I was born and raised in the north of KwaZulu-Natal in a small town called Mpangeni, under Ward 22 Gwandaya Reserve, which is a rural area. I studied journalism and digital marketing. I am currently completing my BA in communication sciences, and I worked with Imbogodo FM, which is a community radio station, which was founded by a group of women who believe in fighting differences in gender inequality. And I also, on my previous post, I worked as a field worker in one of the parliamentary constituency offices. And one of my key responsibilities was to conduct and facilitate workshops, which I did successfully. One of the workshops we conducted in collaboration with Public Participation Office and SAULA, South African Women in Law. They were celebrating 100 years as women in law, and they provided free legal advice to the community via PCOs, which was a huge success. I believe I am the ideal candidate for this position because I am very passionate about the work that you do in areas of public education and awareness, which is, I believe, I have done successfully. And for an example, in your recent workshops that you conducted with the Val University of Technology to kickstart the Human Rights Month, where you were doing a workshop on linguistic and human rights in the higher institutions of learning. So with those reasons, I believe I am the best candidate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to your good self, Ms. Twala. My name is Honorable Fikile Masiko. I am a member of the committee. Now, the question I'm going to ask you is a question that where we take it for granted that you know, around the mandate of CGE, which you have applied to be a commissioner of. Now, as you know, that the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution, which has been established with the view of strengthening constitutional democracy. The question that we have that we are directing to you is what is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution, as well as its establishing legislation? And also, can you just briefly explain to us the role of a commissioner in CGE? Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. The mandate for Commission for Gender Equality, Youth and Persons with Disability is to contribute into strengthening and deepening the constitutional democracy in South Africa. Through that, through promoting education and development and attainment of gender equality. In those areas, I will contribute towards the CEG mandate. Like I said, one of my skills is public education and awareness. Through public engagement and through public awareness, where I will be educating more especially youth and senior citizens on what CGE is and what it stands for in our country. Because I believe in most cases, in as much as CEG has done a lot of work on the ground, which goes unnoticed, but I think we still have a lot of work to do, especially in educating in our rural areas and in our schools, because that's where basic education is. And I think the more we focus on education and awareness to the public, that's where we can be able to say we are doing the work on the grounds, because education is the backbone for everyone else. So we need to educate more people from rural areas. I personally am from a rural area. I didn't know about CGE until I started working for a PCO. And I think there is, like I said, there is a lot of work to be done in most rural areas. You don't even find a pamphlet with regards to CGE. So with that, I think I can put in more work with regards to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kaula.
Ngibonge Chair. Igama lami uSibongile Khawula, a member of this portfolio committee. Ngibingelele nawe Ms. Twala. Awami umbuzo nje awuzuba mude kakhulu. Ngizobuza nje la ukuthi njengomuntu nawe obona ukuthi ufanele ube yiphathe ye-CGE. Yini ozosiza ngayo kulento yama case esiwabonayo amaningi enzeka emphakathini agcina ehlele emakhoti engasebenzi kungaqulu. Okwesibili, Yini ozoyenza ukuthi njobe uyasho ukhuluma nge-awareness emphakathini, gqugquzela emphakathini ukuthi nabantu besilisa bagcine bengabhadli emajele ngenxa yokuthi bona bazibona la eSouth Africa noma kuleli lizwe bengabaliwe bengakhulunyelwa. Njengoba-ke ubona ukuthi ungangena ku-CGE, amakhesi anjengalawa ukuze bangalokhu bona bey'bona bebeka eceleni, abanye bey'thatha imiphefumulo yabo ngokuthi egcineni bona bayibeka ngokuthi abanakiwe. Yini ozoyenza ukuthi nabo bazi ukuthi i-CGE imele wonke ubulili, ngabo besilisa, ngabo besifazane? Ngiyabonga, ngizogcina lapho.
Greetings to you, Ms. Twala. Member Kaula would love to know that as you intend to be part of the CGE, in view of the many crimes that are committed in our society today, and many of them not being tried in court, what will you personally do to help in the follow-up of these cases and justice pursued? And secondly, you spoke about raising awareness in the community with regard to the presence of CGE. And a lot of people, particularly men, feel that they do not get the care that they deserve from CGE. So what will you personally do to make them feel protected under CGE? Because many end up taking their own lives. And what will you do to make sure that they realize that all sexes are represented under the CGE? Thank you.
Thank you. Firstly, on the cases that are not attended to, I think our focal point should be, again, education and awareness. And the functions of CGE is to monitor, investigate. If we have knowledge that there are cases that are unattended, CGE, it can go to institutions like police stations if they do have such cases. And if they do comply with the mandate or the gender inequality. Again, on the issue of men being unattended or their cases being unattended, we need to educate or involved men in our education and awareness on gender equality. We need to engage men, educate young men from young ages upwards, and let them know that they are also welcome in our communities, and they also help for them in place in case they go through such challenges, as well as the fact that there are doors open for men to be assisted in any case, like if they are falsely accused for rape and all that. What is it that they can do to fight for justice on their side, on their end? So in that case, and I remember on the opening of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, President Ramaphosa did mention that there are programs in place where we need to bring men and young men into educating them on cases, on how to survive in a society, in work institutions, and to be equal as women or boys and girls living equally in power and in empowerment. Thank you.
Mhlengwa? Mhlengwa. Apresanga man.
Thank you very much. My name is Magdalena Tutuzile Hlengwa. Ms. Twala, We are grateful about yourself and confidence and the knowledge you giving us. In terms of CGE, CGE is responsible for gender equality and gender mainstreaming. In terms of your knowledge and your workplace and your experience, what is in your understanding of gender discrimination and how you will deal with the complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards gender non-confirmation person? Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that gender discrimination is where, for an example, where in a workplace men are given preferences or advantages over women. That is what I understand about gender discrimination. And on cases regarding homophobic, again, it goes back to education and awareness. I think another thing we need to look into is our audience, because seemingly even if you check a website for CGE, it's for people who can afford data. So what are we saying about the people in the rural areas who don't even have network or money to afford data? It goes back to an issue of digital divide again. So how do we reach to those people? Because if we look at it, more homophobic cases, you find them in rural areas. It can be religious or traditionally. In that case, we need to establish relationships with amakhosi, izinduna, ward councillors, amaphoyisa induna. Those people know their communities better than us. So if we establish a relationship with them on education, there are people with regards to homophobic, that I think will be an advantage to us to get the message through of what CGE is and what it stands for. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ngiyakubingelela Ms. Thwala Balenhle. Mbuzo wami ulula kakhulu. Ucabanga ukuthi CGE ingawuqinisa kanjani okuyizinhlelo zayo ze-monitoring and evaluation nokuqaphelwa kokusebenza kwayo yiParliament? Ngibonga.
Thank you, Ms. Twala. The question that I have for you is how do you think CGE can strengthen its policies on evaluation and monitoring as far as the functions of the Parliament? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think for us to be able to strengthen the CGE, we need to look back to the work that is done, firstly, and the work that still needs to be done, so that we can know on which places or which areas where we need to strengthen. One. Two, with regards to functions of the Parliament, I think Parliament has different institutions. On its own, it's an institution, but it has other institutions like CGE. So I think CGE can establish relationship amongst other departments here in Parliament involved on how, firstly, how they conduct research as well as CGE. If we can incorporate our responsibilities, vision, and missions, we will be able to strengthen CGE. Thank you.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you so much, Chair, and hello to Ms. Twala. We know that gender-based violence and femicide remains a pandemic in South Africa. We have in recent years adopted and approved legislation around GBVF, as well as the National Strategic Plan, and just recently the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. My question to you, Ms. Twala, is threefold. Number one, what in your perspective is the CGE's role insofar as addressing GBVF in South Africa? Number two, what kind of activities can the CGE undertake to create awareness around GBV? You've been speaking a lot about awareness, but can you maybe point us into specific ways that you would create awareness? And lastly, can you speak about the pillars in the National Strategic Plan and how you understand that? Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. I think, again, it goes back to awareness and education. If we are able to successfully raise awareness amongst GBV, especially in our schools, I think we need to focus, our focal point should be at school, because most of young people, that's where they spend most of their time. So education must be the main focus. We can collaborate with Department of Education, Public Participation Office to raise awareness through creating brochures or publications that must be available at school for raising awareness with regards to GBV. Secondly, we can
Recording in progress.
So collaborate with the Department of Education, where we can establish workshops or activities. For an example, we have life orientation where learners are engaged in different activities, which they learn about their bodies and everything that has to do with the human body. In that case, we can incorporate awareness on GBV. Thank you.
Honorable Sheriff, any follow-up?
Yes, Chair. Unfortunately, Ms. Twala did not answer all of my questions. I had asked her for specific examples around awareness, and I also asked her around the pillars on the National Strategic Plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. On examples with regards to awareness, I did make an example that we can collaborate with Department of Education and Public Participation Office, where we can create publications and brochures that can be distributed out in schools or public halls or any public institution that we can use, so that people can have access to these publications with regards to awareness with GBV. With regards to with regards to National Strategic Plan, I think with National Strategic Plan, it includes everyone, regardless of their background, of their skin color, of their culture, because nationally, that's where I think we have 9 provinces, which is, for an example, KwaZulu-Natal, we cannot establish plans for KwaZulu-Natal, same as Limpopo. We have different backgrounds with regards to culture and how we perceive things when it comes to patriarchy, women, in raising awareness when it comes to GBV. Thank you.
With these 7 pillars, which pillar do you think needs to improve? Do you think the role-playing departments are doing very well in terms of GBV?
No, there's still a lot, there is work that is done, but there's still a lot of work to be done. So in that case, we need to create programs and awareness that can be distributed throughout the country on teaching people on GBV and cases concerning GBV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Flongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to Ms. Twala. Ms. Twala, Section 11 of the Act provides that in order to achieve its objects referred to in Section 187 of the Constitution, the Commission shall monitor the compliance with international conventions, international covenants, and international charters ratified by the Republic relating to the object of the Commission. Explain what is the role of CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you kindly repeat the question for me, please?
Explain what is the role of the CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of Chapter 187 of the Constitution of Republic of South Africa, CGE concentrates on advancing, promoting, and protecting and policy development, and legislative I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
Relax. Phuza amanzi. Siyazi ukuthi kuyathusa la, angithi anijwayelanga nini. Manje thina sijwayele ngoba silana every day, nina anijwayelanga. As a young person also, we're proud of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
You wanted to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Okay. Honorable Flongo, may you please repeat your question?
Thank you, Chair. Explain what is the role of the CGE in respect of the compliance with international treaties and obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. The role of CGE, or rather mandate, is to strengthen and deepening the constitutional democracy of South Africa, concentrating on promoting, protecting, development, education, and yes, and in that case, I think as far as CGE is concerned and the work that they've done previously internationally and locally and liaising with the international as well as local, regional and national levels, I think the role of CGE is
It's okay. Honorable Sonti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kamalam, Dinglunga Primrose Sonti, ngiserva kule portfolio committee, the women, youth and persons with disabilities. Sawubona Mbalen. The Constitution directs that the Chapter 9 institution of which the Commission of Gender Equality is one, must be independent, subject only to the Constitution and law. These institutions must act impartially without fear, favor, or prejudice. Why do you think that the Constitution requires that the CGE, as for all the Chapter 9 institutions, be both independent and impartial, and also protect that independence? Number two, do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial, and why? Can you tell us of a time where at risk to your own interest? Sorry, Chair, with your permission, can I do the follow-up straight direct to Mbalendle? Now, thank you, Chair. Mbalendle, ndinombuzo wesithathu ukuthi uzosinceda kanjani kulomba wamapolisa anyamalalisa i-cases, more especially eze-GBV. Uthola ukuthi abantu bayahlupheka, bayahlukunyezwa, and then when they go to the police station to report those cases, usajongile ukuthi case yakho fanele ibe iyaphathwa kahle ngendlela, kulahleka ama-docket, kuyale. So wena ingaba kule ndawo ungasincedisa kanjani, because iyasihlupha kakhulu. Baphelela abantu sebethi hayi kuyafana noba ndihamba e-police station amapolisa awazukundinceda. So mina ndicinga uba kufanele uba nibe niyasebenzisana namapolisa, ningasincedisa kanjani kuleyo ndawo. Inkosi, ndiyabonga Chair.
Thank you so much.
Umamsonto ubuza ama-question amaningi. So, kulama question akubuze wona. Pendula any of the questions akubuze yona.
Thank you so much. With regards to independency and impartiality, I think the only reason why CGE must be independent, it goes back to what you mentioned, to the cases, so that umsebenzi ungabe namachaphazeli. Akumele uCGE mawusebenza utholala ukuthi uCGE or commissioner is in a relationship with a police station captain. Leyo nto ingalimaza umsebenzi ne-credibility yomsebenzi as a commissioner, and it goes back as commissioners, we are the ambassadors for CGE, right? So if we go to a police station and we establish personal relationships with captains, slimazo umsebenzi and slimazo CGE, because last corner smelo CGE, we are representing CGE. With impartiality, I think uCGE mawusebenza kumele uthatha amacala mama. So if on a case, maybe let's say because I'm from KZN and in my township or in my local police station, which is Esikaweni, there's a case ekhona with regards to GBV enomuntu wasekhaya. I'd rather ask advice or ask another commissioner to step in ukuze kungabi khona ama-favors abakhona, and then nami ngisithola sengisifaka wonke phakathi because there's umuntu wasekhaya involved phakathi. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Ms. Twala. My question is in relations to.
Sorry, Chair. Benzothi Ms. Twala ngiyabona novalo and uyaqala as shares. Mo addressa la address ushare as share. Ngapha kuthina ungasho ukuthi honorable. Yazi sofunda ngendlela mntanami. Thanks.
Just a request to you, sorry, Chair, with your permission, just a request to you, Ms. Twala. The Honorable Member Kaula is aware that you must be nervous being here, but as per protocol, your answers should be addressed to the chair, and then everybody else is the honorable member of the House. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is in relations to the CGE strategic plan for 2019 to 2024. In your own view, we take it that as a candidate, you did look at the strategic plan for CGE because you are applying to be a commissioner. And now my question is based on the commission's mandate. Honorable Masiko did ask you about the mandate of CGE, but my one is in relations to your own views. In your own view, looking at how the commission, the institution has performed. Do you think the commission, the institution is making any impact in the public and private sector in your own views? And in your own assessment, what areas of focus do you think CGE should focus in? Okay, it's about the impact, whether the institution is making an impact. And after answering that, then tell us what areas of focus do you think CGE should focus in?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's a huge impact that CGE has done. Yes, and you did face challenges, especially on COVID-19, since the cases of domestic violence increased. Well, that is understandable because everyone else was at home in an inclusive environment, in a closed environment. Yes, it has done a lot of impact. Like one thing, for an example, one thing that stood out for me is the TCB bill, Traditional Courts Bill, where you guys made amendments with regards to Utswala, land issue, and
So Shai Mamkaulo Sviza, guys.
So that's a huge impact on its own, because if we go back to rural areas and to areas where are still under ubukhosi namakhosi, those areas are the most where we need to target in the next administration. I think the stigma of women and men being equal in those areas, it's very difficult to try and instill those ideas. Uthatha induna uyitshela ukuthi njengamanje sekuvumelekile ngokomthetho wase-South Africa ukuthi nowesifazane abe induna. So kunzima kakhulu lokho. So I think impact inkulu kakhulu. And regarding to private and public sector as well, yes. Okokuqala nje, for an example, uchairperson wale committee umuntu wesifazane, lokho nje kukodwa kusho lukhulu, because uma sibuyekezela emuva sibheka ikhundla enjenganalezi beyithatha abantu besilisa. So that's a huge impact. Thank you.
Honorable Sheriff.
Yes, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair. When it comes to leadership, Ms. Twala, can you give us some examples of where you had provided leadership and what the outcomes of that was? We know that working with CGE and working in any organization, to be honest, you will confront challenges working with different types of people from different backgrounds, different IQ, EQ levels. And one, as a leader, must know how to manage conflict. Can you tell us about how you would manage conflict within the CGE, perhaps, with fellow commissioners, staff, organizational staff, residents, really anybody, and how you would go about handling it. And if you could give us an example of where you managed conflict effectively in a team. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. In one of the workshops I facilitated where I was raising awareness with regards to senior citizens bill and their rights. We invited senior citizens to attend. In that workshop, most of us didn't expect people with disabilities. So in that case, we had to quickly come up with a plan. How are we going to accommodate these people to feel welcomed and comfortable during the session? So I had to personally go. I remember there was this one lady where we just handed out a publication without even noticing that she was blind. So the other lady who was sitting next to her came to me and said, "Umama lona akaboni." So I had to go to her with the publications in her hands and explain to her what the publications were for, and that they were from, most of the publications were from here in Parliament because they were billed with regards to senior citizens. So I had to explain all of that, and there was also puzzles which she had to take home for her grandchildren, and then explain what was the workshop about and how can we assist them in areas of their rights as senior citizens who are disabled. With regards to conflict management, I believe if there is a conflict, for one to be able to manage or resolve a conflict, you need to be calm so that you can think properly and precisely. Secondly, be impartial, because a conflict within staff and management is always there, and there's always favorites and not favorites. But in a workplace, you need to be impartial, not take sides, and investigate on both parties and cross-check your witnesses around their colleagues. Thank you.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you for your answer so far, Ms. Mbalenhle. My question is around a very important matter of corporate governance. It's something which I'm sure you agree is quite important for any organization or institution to strive. What is your understanding of corporate governance insofar as the operations of CGE is concerned, and specifically your potential role as a commissioner? And the second aspect of that question is, have you ever been accused on unfair discrimination or prohibited by Section 9, subsection 4 of the South African Constitution? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. Firstly, I've never been accused, so thank you for that question. And on corporate governance with regards to CGE, first and foremost, this is, I think, the big institution, which is why I'm so nervous today, but I'll give it a shot. With corporate government, I think CGE.
Governance, corporate governance, so that you don't mix the department and corporate governance.
Thank you, Chair. In corporate governance, I think with regards to CGE, in as much as CGE is given powers and functioned, I still think that in other departments, I wouldn't say CGE is taken for granted, but I think they are not giving them platforms, or they are not recognizing this institution, mostly with regards to their powers. Because CGE, one of the CGE powers is to investigate. Imagine if I have to write an email to a different or department here in Parliament as the CGE commissioner, and I need to do a research with regards to if the department is in compliance with the gender equality. Obviously, the relationship will not be as good as you would think, because now immediately you start, it raises accusations. The next person will feel as if you are accusing them of doing something of which is not good. And two, if you are investigating or monitoring their department, and what if the findings are not good, then what's going to happen after? So in those regards, it's a bit challenging for CGE sometimes to function fully, or to be given that platform to use their powers to enforce compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Masiko.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to make a follow-up, Ms. Balentle, and probably just ask a simple question. Outside CGE, what is your understanding of good corporate governance in any institution now, and what do you think are the basic principles of good corporate governance? Thank you, Chair.
I think the basic principles are to welcome everyone with regards to their skin color or group in which they belong to, age, regardless of their gender, basically inequality.
Unfortunately, your time is up. 45 minutes. But thank you very much, honorable members, and Ms. Twala for honoring our invitation and flying from KZN to Cape Town. As a young person showing interest, thank you very much. Is there anything that you want to ask the committee?
Thank you, Chair. Yes. Since the 6th administration is coming to an end, and we'll be commencing the 7th administration of Parliament, are there any programs that CGE has, the new programs, not old, the new programs that will include the new candidates that will be selected as commissioners? And the second question, are there any programs that CGE has that that include young men in the programs of gender equality, programs on education and awareness with regards to the equality on both genders, women and men? Because in everything we do, it seems as if we are focusing more on women, on empowering women, and educating women on GBV and cases, and how to report those cases if in case they come across them. Are there any programs that CEG has in place that we will bring men along? Because in as much as it has to be balanced, both sides had to be educated. Thank you.
Okay. Unfortunately for you, you're asking us questions that were supposed to be answered by yourself. And we take it that before coming to the interview, when you should have read their programs. That's why when we were asking you, is the strategic plan, when you should be telling us what does the strategic plan of 2019-2024 entails? Because their question, you should that strategic plan was going to answer your question. And we can't give you now because remember you are 20 candidates, Tina, and we still want to ask your other candidates the same question. So now it would be like we're jeopardizing our process by giving you an answer. We need that answer from you. So when we say anything, we mean in relation to the process. But maybe you've got something to ask. Because I was for free. You are going to deliberate on ama results next week. As a portfolio committee, we will deliberate on the interviews, all the interviews that we have made today and tomorrow. And thereafter we'll present our report to the House, meaning the National Assembly. And when we present our report there, it's then that members of Parliament will vote for the names that would have been shortlisted by the committee for the president to go and appoint who becomes a commissioner. So I thought that you're going to ask me about that process. But thank you very much for your time, and we wish you good luck. It's not easy to be here in these panels because it's not an institution where you are at every day. But thank you very much, and we wish you good luck.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity for inviting me today and for the platform as young people. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Ngoba mkhaya wakho. Uthi KZN. Candidate.
Chairperson, before the candidate, ngifisa nje ukusho ukuthi mhlawumbe kuyawa intimidate ama candidate uma singenelela in between noma sitshela uchairperson what should be done or what should be. Uma kungenzekanga kwenzekanga ukuze i-candidate ingafeel intimidated, ababukayo banga dispute, thina silokhu singenelela. Angibuze mina uma uchairperson elekhishe information ukuthi kufanele ngabe yakwenza lokho noma i-candidate kufanele ngabe yakwenza lokho uchairperson akangabona, let's leave it like that aze aqede. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Ubhuti nosisi abangenile sesibhizi sebenza abobani. Yeah. Nibuya go Nama nani? But Mr. Kevin. Bando. Media. Team. Oh. Sorry. We'll go for lunch. This will be our. Miss Fatuani Musobi, good afternoon to you. Is it good day or good afternoon? Is it good day to yourself? My name is Nonhlanhla Ngubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We are 11 members of the committee, and each and every member will introduce herself before they ask you the question. Now, you have 45 minutes with us. So if you bring preambles and everything else, it's your own baby to nurse because you will be eating on your time. But now the first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself and why do you think you are a suitable candidate to be recommended to the president to appoint as a commissioner. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name. Should I stand up a little bit next?
Switch on the mic. Relax, drink water.
Thank you.
Or I'm too serious. I'm too serious now.
No, I don't think you're too serious. It's just, yeah, I don't know what I expected. But anyway, good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Fatuani Musobi. And to say a little about myself, I am an LLB graduate and I'm currently pursuing my master's in law. And I have a passion for law, but not in the litigation sense, instead in the legislative sense. I feel like the most impact that you can make legally is through making the laws, or at least finding ways to make the laws to an extent that they're accessible to people. And that is a goal that I have. And when it comes to the Commission of Gender Equality, I believe that I'm a good candidate because I'm willing to learn. And I am willing to work with people in order to understand the dynamics of gender. I don't come with all the answers. I simply come forward and I say, this is who I am and this is what I'm intending on doing, meaning that I'm intending on learning and expanding and giving access to people. One thing that I've learned in my journey as I was doing my undergrad was the fact that law hasn't been accessible to people, to the layman. It hasn't been accessible, and I've made it my own goal that it should be accessible to people. There are laws in this country that stand for gender equality, but you'd find that the layman does not have access to that. And just my personal goal, what would make me a good candidate, is the fact that I want to make that accessible to the layman. I think that's all I can say.
Okay. Let me continue with the questions. I'll start. Masiko, I will start with the question number 2. Question number 2 is in relation to the strategic plan of CGE for 2019 to 2024. It talks about the Commission's mandate, and it touches in every aspect of life in South Africa. Hopefully, you have gone through the strategic plan for 2019-2024. And then my question is about, in your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in the public or private sector? And if needed, how can the CGE reposition itself to make an impact given its wide mandate? And in your own assessment, what are the areas that you think CGE should focus on?
Okay. I would say that I believe that there has been some progress till this far because there is an awareness on gender equality till this far and people have started the discussion on it. And I think that that is what is most important, the fact that people are taking acknowledgement of the fact that there is a gender inequality in the system. And that is something that we live through every single day. How would I then say that we could better it? Is to say that we should have more engagements. I personally believe that the law does not exist in a vacuum, meaning that we need to assess other aspects of life beyond just the legal aspects of things. Saying personally that my dream was to become a legislator is not just me saying that I want to simply write down the laws and that's it. I believe that it goes beyond just the making of the laws. We need to go to a point wherein we make people understand what the laws are. They need to have that instilled in them. Oh, cool. I'm so sorry for using more than one language. We need to have it instilled that the law might be there, but this is how it works, and people have an understanding. And
Drink water. And relax, just stay calm, eh? Know that it's not easy to be here, but just cool down and drink water.
Thank you. As I was saying, there is progress. And I think with any aspect of the law, not just with the CGE, is the part on access to law, as I was saying. I think that what could be done better is not necessarily just the participation aspect of it, but the instilling knowledge about it. I believe that knowledge is power, and I believe that educating people about things and having them informed is very important because then they know that they have access to those facilities. So that's what I feel could be done better, just making sure that the access or there is roads to access for the people to actually know about these laws that we keep instilling or we keep putting forward every single time. Short, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Relates to the mandate and function of CGE, and I'm sure that since you've applied to become a commissioner, you're well aware of what the mandate as well as function speaks to. Obviously, the commission is a Chapter 9 institution which is established with the view of strengthening constitutional democracy with the focus on the attainment of gender equality in all spheres of life. Now, what is your understanding of CGE's mandates, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its establishing or enabling legislation? The second part of that question speaks to our request for you to explain the role of a commissioner in CGE. Thank you.
Okay. What I've gotten to understand the role of a commissioner to be is the fact that what I've gotten to understand the role of a commissioner to be is that I would then be looking at laws and enacting laws and also trying to get as much public participation as possible on the laws that would be enacted. That's the reason why I keep running back to the fact that I stand for participation or at least enabling people, because I know that the role that I would be assigned with is the making of the law and overlooking the laws in the different spaces that are there, since it's not just in the sense of just the legal sense, but in all aspects of the life of life. So it could be in private sector, in public sector, it could be with work, it could be with school. I've gotten to understand that I would be overlooking the equality in those stances, all in all. So the reason why I keep saying that access to the law is because I know the big role that would be played. It's not just sitting down and saying, okay, cool, I've seen the problem and then that's it. I personally believe that if there is a problem, more than anything, the way forward is to have engagements with people for us to come with a way forward that actually affects the people, not just a way forward that could work. How I've gotten to understand the role of a commissioner. I'm so sorry because I didn't write down the first part of the question. Can I just get the first part just one last time?
What is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation?
Oh, okay. So what I've gotten to understand about CGE is the fact that it is supposed to house equality for all, and it's supposed to make sure that the legislations in the country are in line with those of international laws, especially when it comes to gender equality. That's how I've gotten to understand CGE. It's a house for equality for all, not just for women, but for all. Because at the end of the day, it's not a matter of we want to bring someone down or want to bring a specific gender down. It's a matter of everybody should be on a leveling plane. At the very least, the aspiration is that people should be on the same leveling plane with irregardless of gender, is what I've gotten to understand about the mandate. I don't know.
Honorable Kaula. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, afternoon, ngihlonishwa lapha ngaphambili. Igama lami nguSibongile Khawula. Owami akuzuba kuningi kakhulu. Ku-strategic plan 2019 to 24. Ucabanga ukuthi u-CGE ngabe ukwenze ngempumelelo ukuthi aqwashise abantu na emphakathini na. Yiziphi izindlela wena ozobona ngazi ukuthi abantu la ngaphandle bayawazi ama-rights abo, njengokuthi njengoba ngikhuluma nawe kunabantu ababulili obuyi-one abathandana ngobulili obuyi-one, kodwa uthola ukuthi emakhaya, emsebenzini nasemphakathini bayahlukumezeka. Mhlawumbe ubone uzwe kuthiwa bayabulawa. Yini onozosiza ngayo ukwazi ukuya emphakathini ugqugquzela umphakathi ukuthi nabo bazibone bengabalulekile, bazibone bebalulekile emphakathini. Ilokho nje engizocela kuwena njengoba usithembisa ukuthi uyimisela ngokuthi ufuna na ube yiphathi la ku-CGE. Ngiyabonga, bayafa bayabulawa, ngiyabonga.
I am not Zulu. I'm not a Zulu person.
No, wait, love, wait.
I was about to say, I think I got the grasp of the question.
Okay.
Okay.
The honorable member is asking about the role of the commission in terms of the strategic plan from 2019 to 2024, which also seeks to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. The question then the honorable member is asking is, do you think that this has been done successfully? And the second part of the question is, what would you contribute towards ensuring that there is the required or desired public awareness and access to the commission? And the honorable member gave an example of, for example, in the case of same-sex couples where they are discriminated against at work, in society and so forth. What would be your role in terms of educating and also creating awareness around these types of relationships as well as they are protected?
Okay. Till this far, this is just from a me perspective. We have come very far as a country and also not at the same time, because we still have a lot of unlearning to do. And that is something that I feel like should be the first step, unlearning so that we can relearn new ways of thinking. So it's one, like I keep saying, it's one thing for us to enact laws with the old mind that then is just gonna keep analyzing them in the way in which they've always analyzed them. That doesn't make sense. Then you're just not fixing the problem. It's like we're just putting a band-aid on a bullet wound, unfortunately. So the first step that I would say is a matter of unlearning, and then we can relearn new ways of thinking. That's how I'd bring awareness. And more than anything, this actually seems funny to me because I'm young and I'm gonna say, Uti, sometimes also it also takes cultivating the young in order for us to help them grow into the adults that we want them to be. I'm not saying we should then leave every other person. No, I'm just saying that's also another focus point when it comes to such discussions, because a young mind is much easier when it comes to learning than an older one. Although, like I said, with the older ones, there's a need for unlearning. The law does not exist in a vacuum, and we need to stop treating it as if it's the only answer that's there. Unfortunately, we need to also take into account the fact that there's other aspects of life in which people react to because of that. So there's those things. So when it comes to that, my stance would be that moving forward, if I was ever to come into being a commissioner, the drives that I would push would be drives of unlearning, having discussion, understanding why people get so anxious about such problems of sexuality. That's something that we do not want to discuss, but then it's like, when we don't have those uncomfortable discussions, we're not going to move forward as a people. So those are just some of the aspects that we could consider looking into. And then when we talk about enacting the laws, we actually know that we've touched into the other bases that are affected by these laws. So yeah, that's it for me. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a short question, but it's long. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and the oversight by Parliament? Thank you.
Okay, so personally, I am one for accountability. And with how I've gotten to understand the structures of the country, it's the fact that all the structures of government hold each other accountable. And that is something that I stand for, to say that if we have such great laws that put that in order, the best we can do is simply to just try to follow that so that people can actually be held accountable. And even in the CGE, we could also start practicing that ourselves. That is one thing wherein it's a matter of the people that are then put into those positions should be people in which were examined and vetted properly, in order for the people who put them in there to understand that these people will be able to hold themselves accountable before they're held accountable by somebody else. So yeah, I can get in that person.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Fatuani Mutsovi.
Thank you.
The Constitution directs that the Chapter 9 institution of which the Commission of Gender Equality is one must be independent. Subject only to the Constitution and law, these institutions must act impartially without fear, favor, or prejudice. Why do you think that the Constitution requires that the CGE, as for all the Chapter 9 institutions, be both independent and impartial, and also protects that independence? Do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial, and why? Can you tell us of a time when you challenged authority at risk to your own interest? Thank you.
Okay. I believe that they need to be impartial because the problems that they will be dealing with are problems that stem beyond just having the structures that are already in place. So the impartiality comes in because there is so much that needs to be fixed in the aspect of equality, so much so that if they were limited simply by other structures, we wouldn't be able to have a way forward, because there would be encroachment when it comes to those aspects of things. So that's why there's an expectation for them to be impartial. And instances wherein I have had to go against the law, I am fairly young, fairly young. So the thing that I'm going to say is probably going to seem very mediocre, but it was mostly in high school, wherein I stood up for equality, especially in instances where I didn't understand why people had to be treated a certain way whilst others didn't get treated that way. And I stood up for it because I think I've always believed that to some extent, everyone should be treated the very same way, irrespective of either gender, race, or anything that's on the table, status and everything. And that has always been my stance, to say that why is that person being treated this way and yet I'm being treated this way simply because of the way that I either look or the way that I speak? So those are the aspects, those are the times wherein I've stood up for myself and other people, but this happened in high school. Unfortunately, in university, I didn't get the opportunity to do that because when I started uni, it was COVID. And I had most of my university life, well, my undergrad during COVID. And then when we came back last year, there was barely anything going on. So that's right now I'm on my road to then say that I want to move forward and put people first. And I believe that that is something that resonates a lot towards me. And the reason why I say that I would much rather not get into litigation, but instead into legislation, because I have seen how the law can be effective, but for some people, unfortunately. And that's the thing that has always touched my heart, to say that I did this and I studied this and it took me studying this for me to understand this. But then it's like the law is made to protect the people, to serve the people, yet the people don't know about these things. And those are things that, for me, it's always just been that moment when I like take a step back and I just want to know, how can I then come up with the solution, or how can I be part of the solution to then be effective and helpful for me to see that goal come to life, wherein I feel as though to an extent there is a level of equality, it be legally or through the gender space. So yeah, I hope I also answered your question properly. So yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My next question is around the most important issue of corporate governance. And one wishes to know what your understanding is of corporate governance insofar as the operations of CGE is concerned, and specifically your potential role as a commissioner. And the second aspect of that is that, have you ever been accused or insinuated on unfair discrimination prohibited by Section 9, subsection 4 of the Constitution? Thank you.
Okay, for the last question, because it's fairly simple, no, I have never.
Okay.
Yes, and my understanding of corporate governance when it comes to CGE, as I mentioned before, as far as I understand CGE, it looks over the legislative aspects, even of the corporate governance, to make sure that there is a level of gender equality. And that means that we also have to look at the workforce to see how gender plays a role in that workforce. And me coming forward as a commissioner, I personally, obviously that would be a role that I'd be playing, wherein I'd see how the workforce is placed and how it works, and how gender is taken into account in those spaces, and how equality can be achieved if it hasn't been achieved in those specific workspaces. And I'm not coming here and saying that I have the solutions to everything. Unfortunately, I do not. And that is something that I personally do not shy away from. There is a lot that I'm still willing to learn, and there is a lot that I believe that I still need to learn. And I think more than anything, our inability to accept that we do not know has also been a hindrance for us to learn. And that is the reason why I stand forth and I say, sometimes I do not know. And I'm willing to simply just learn as time goes forward. But I stand forth and say, I believe in equality. That is a stance for me. And I believe in some stances there is a need for equity and not simply just equality. And that's a discussion that we have not necessarily been willing to have, because we tend to assume that equality is a one size fits all, and it's not, unfortunately. And like I said, there's other things that come into play more than just saying, I'm going to give you this and that should be enough. It's not enough, unfortunately. So until we've gotten through those barriers, to some extent, it's going to take a long while, and acknowledging that is also very important. I hope I also answered your question.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon. My name is Nazli Sharif, member of the Portfolio Committee. My question is around gender-based violence and femicide. Now, we know that GBVF is a pandemic, that continues to rage on in this country. In your CV and your application, you speak about GBVF. So
She got cut off.
Sharif, you have muted yourself. Honorable Sharif, you muted yourself.
can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So thank you for alerting me, Chair. So I'm gonna put my video off because I think my internet is not stable. Just let me know when I cut, if I do cut. So my question is around GBVF. Number one, what is your view on the CGE's role in combating gender-based violence and femicide across South Africa? What sort of programs and projects do you think the CGE should do to raise awareness around GBVF? And since you have a keen focus on legislation, maybe talk us through the 3 GBVF legislation pieces of legislation that were passed, and what your perspective is around the legislation that has passed and the National Strategic Plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
So again, I'm gonna start with the last question. The one GBVF legislation that I know of is the domestic violence legislation. That's the one that I'm very acquainted with because we studied it last year for a long while. And there were so many problems with it because even the access to getting from point A to point B, there was just a lot of mitigating factors, unfortunately. And that's some of the things where, and I think we do not take into account the fact that it's one thing for something to make sense on paper, but then when the people who need to use it, and then it seems like it's impractical, they need to go through so many things in order for them to get to point B. It also makes it less appealing for people to come forward with these cases. And that also puts a backlog and less of an awareness on those issues. And when it comes to GBV, also like just running back, can I go through all the questions at once? Like just, yeah, mix and match. When it comes to GBV, it's a real issue, like you said. It's a pandemic in this country, unfortunately. And my problem also is the fact that why have we normalized it to the point where we even call it a pandemic? The first step is that it's the fact that we've gotten to a point where we've normalized such things and we said it's a pandemic and it's fine, but it's not fine. It's not okay. And the fact that it's not okay means that we need to do something about it. We need to start, like I said, having discussions about these things. I know that there's times in which people actually do have these discussions and sometimes they might seem like they're going nowhere. But the more those discussions are had and the more maybe, for instance, like I said, cultivating the youth. Because what I see, let's say for instance, if I was a boy, what I see my uncle do, for me, that's right. That's okay. That's a normal thing. I can beat my wife too, because that's what I've seen happening. And it's the fact that we don't take into account the individual when we talk about making these laws. We don't put the person first. We simply go to the mass majority. And it's like if we focus on the individual and how they come into the communities and how they come into society, maybe then we'd be able to look at the bigger picture and look at how we can actually solve the problems effectively. Maybe even coming to a point wherein we deal more with preventative measures than we do with actual solutions after the fact. That could be a consideration. So if I was to maybe, for instance, have something that had to do with GBV or have maybe workshops or whatever, it would be workshops that would be on discussions of pre-GBV and not after it, because I feel like sometimes prevention is better than cure. So, yeah.
Honorable Masiko, number 8.
Oh. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The next question that we will be asking relates to some international treaty or compliance to international treaties. What is the role of CGE in respect of compliance with international treaties and obligations? So what I've gotten to understand the role of CGE to be is that it bridges the gap between the national legal framework and the implementation in the country, basically making sure that the legislation in the country is in line with international treaties. The same applies with, let's say, for instance, with corporate governance, we need to make sure that it also does align with the international treaties that we've signed. And more than anything, whatever laws that we would then pass through would have to be in line with that. And if ever there is a need for some help, or if anything, we can then push it forward to the international treaty to say we need help here and this is what is happening, so that we can all be in line. The end goal is for our legislation and for what we strive for to be in line with those international treaties. That's what I've gotten to understand CGE and its role when it comes to international treaties.
Thank you very much, Chair. Musobi. I pronounce right?
It's Musobi.
Musobi.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Magdalena Tutuzile Hlengwa. Mine is in connection with the gender equality and gender mainstreaming.
Okay.
According to, in terms of your reading and your qualifications, now, what you understand as a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government, department, and entities and the private sector to mainstreaming gender in order to achieve gender equality? And in your view, what are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society? Lastly, in your view, what is your understanding about the language barrier in the society and CGE? Thank you.
The last one actually touches my heart, because there were suggestions that I have with like my friends when it comes to language. And I don't know if this has anything to do with the Commission of Gender Equality. This was just a general stance when I was like, this could be a suggestion that could be had and we could consider it. I personally come from Limpopo, I'm Venda. I currently understand almost every language in the country simply because of TV and just those things. So I sat down with my friends and I said it as a joke kind of, and I was like, wouldn't it be interesting if, for instance, let's say in a province such as Limpopo, wherein the languages that are dominant is Venda, Tsonga, Pedi, and sometimes Tswana. Those are the dominant languages. And then you have your kids who do English is always a language that you do. And then you have either Afrikaans or your own home language. You choose one of the two. And I'm like, wouldn't it be interesting if we then implemented an elective system from primary, wherein it doesn't have to be necessarily for marks, but wherein a kid can learn at least one language from at least one other province, so that when they do leave their province, they can at least know that they can communicate with somebody else of another province. And because I see it here when I'm in the Western Cape, when people talk to me in Xhosa and I respond, but the thing is, I'm going to respond in English because my accent is bad in Xhosa and I really cannot speak it. Like I cannot speak Vernac to save me, except for if it's my own home language, but I understand. And I'm like, wouldn't it be nice? No, I can speak besides for Venda. So I'm like, besides for Venda. Yeah, I'm much Venda. Besides for Venda. The rest of them, I sound awful when I'm speaking in them. So I tend to not speak in them unless in those dire situations I have to. So it's just that thing when I'm like, had it been that we had such a system wherein at least there's like one other language wherein we could meet, it's so much easier. Like that bridges the gap and brings forward the level of solidarity and unity that we're trying to achieve as a country. Language barrier is also another thing that causes our division in this country. It's the fact that we don't understand each other. That's another thing. Because I'm going to come here with my Venda. Let's say, for instance, I don't speak English or my English just doesn't come off. I can only write it. And you're coming with Xhosa and we can't communicate. Now we have to keep quiet because we can't communicate. And had it been that maybe, for instance, we did have that elective system wherein you learned at least one or two languages just for fun, even. You learn one or two languages when you're still younger. It's easy to teach kids. Like I said, it's easy to cultivate people when they're still younger into the adults that you possibly imagine them to be. When they get older, they have these languages in which they're in their arsenal, and it makes it easier for them to then move forward. Same thing could be implemented in the gender equity thing, in the Commission of Gender Equality, because communicate with God. Oh, I'm so sorry. But yeah, the same thing could be done in the commissions because right now let's say for instance, I'm working in the Western Cape and I'm going to a community in Cape Town and there's a language barrier and now I need to tell them and I need to explain something, but I can't explain it properly. And that also hinders democracy because they're not understanding what I'm saying. And as much as they might even want to participate, they can't participate because me as the commissioner, I'm lacking in that instance. So that's another thing that is unfortunate because we get to see that on a daily way in. We get to see these things and it's like somebody's actually trying. But unfortunately, because of the barriers, they can't do much. Like they do something, but it's not effective, unfortunately. So that's the thing when it comes to like the language barrier, it's another hindrance of democracy, unfortunately, including in the thing in the CGE. Unfortunately, language barrier is a problem. So yeah. I think there was one more question in the questions that you asked, but I might have missed it.
Yeah, ma'am. In her own view.
Thank you for your response, but let me do a follow-up.
Yes.
In your view,
Yes.
what one should be done in order to fulfill or accomplish this language barrier in your career or as a CGE? In your view.
Yes. First of all, although this one now it's a bit conflicting because the more I study, the more I start realizing why things are a little bit complicated. But sometimes the simplification of things such as law, although there we then have a problem of oversimplification. That's the reason why I'm saying it's a little bit contradictory because had you asked me this question last year, I would have said maybe just simplifying the laws to the point where people can actually comprehend them because they're not too lengthy. But I understand the need for the lengthiness and the need for sometimes for it to be a little bit intricate. So that also is another language barrier, even if it's a language that people understand. The overcomplication of the language is another problem that's there. That's, in my view, something that is a hindrance. Until this far, there has not necessarily been proper solutions that have been brought forth to say, oh, cool, this is the solution that we have to the overcomplication. Because like, if it's overly complicated, when it's simplified, it's oversimplified, unfortunately, to the point wherein it's not sending the same message that the person who then enacted this had intended for. So yeah, that's in my view, how I've gotten to understand the language barrier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is around leadership and leadership qualities. If you could please take us through maybe an example where you had provided leadership in an organization or in a situation. Second question is around conflict management. Now, we know that working in any organization, you're working with different types of people, and you all basically have to come around a table to work towards one goal. Can you tell us about how you handle conflict and maybe give us an example around where you managed conflict in a positive way? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. First of all, something which is a core value of mine is the fact that I believe in diversity of thought. I believe that it's okay to contradict. It's okay for us to not have the same understanding of something. That's what makes people grow at the end of the day. And acknowledging that means that there's instances wherein I can talk to people and we don't necessarily have the same view, and how I react is what I can control. So if I react in a way in which I'm willing to hear you out, even if I'm not agreeing with you, the fact that I'm actually willing to hear you out also calms you down as the other party to say, maybe I should also consider listening to this person. And as human beings, unfortunately, we react very quickly. And that's something that I've been personally dealing with on my own stance, when I had to learn those things to say, no, man, I can't always be right and I can't always be a perfect, and I don't have the answers to everything. And as I said a few minutes ago, I was like, I don't know everything. That's how I lead, actually. I have worked with different people and different organizations. I don't know if you might even know them. I've worked with this other lady, her name is Latifa, in her organization, Aurora. And there has been instances where I had to step up. And I do not shy away from stepping up. But my stepping up is the fact that before anything, I need to get the context of things. Like I said, we react very quickly, and having to learn that myself to say there have been instances where I reacted and I realized after a while that I needed to bring myself back and say, no, this is not how you do things. So my leadership, how I handle things is basically just saying, I don't know, I need to first understand the context. Listening is very important to me to say, before I can give you an answer to this, I need to first listen and understand, and then I can give you an answer to that. I also do not have the answers to everything. How I would handle leadership is the fact that we come together. I'm not saying that I'm dumbfounded or anything, but we come together and I'm willing to listen and create an environment wherein we can all feel like we are heard. I realized something about people. I've gone to different communities with the organizations. And so this far I still want, I'm also starting my own organization at this point wherein I go into different communities, and I realize that sometimes for people, it doesn't really take a lot. It just takes listening. You just need to listen. Everybody wants to be heard. Everybody wants to say something, and giving them that platform to just be heard, and then you take it from there, because sometimes the best solutions come from a place where you didn't even expect it. But had you just gone there pig-headed and saying, I have the answer, you might even come back with an answer that's not even tangible or an answer that's actually useful. So how I handle conflict situation is simply just try my level best to not react. I try, if I am going to react, I might as well just keep quiet. If it's a matter of, if I am a human being, I have feelings. Even in instances when I need to be professional, there's times when I have feelings, but instead of acting off on my feelings, I simply just take it back. And I try to do the same thing with my friends. I'm like, I understand that you might be going through this right now, but maybe sometimes just hold it off and then come back, and then we can revisit that situation when we are both of calm minds and we can actually see where the loopholes were. And this is where context is so important, because the moment you're still in your feelings, the context is irrelevant. What matters to you is what you feel in that moment. So that's how I handle situations. And I have worked with people in that stance wherein like it's a matter of simply just not going off on my feelings, but instead just taking it one step at a time. So yeah.
Listening to you when you are responding to this question. Remember, here we're talking about a big institution. It's not about conflict, not about yourself, but as a commissioner. There is a group of commissioners where you are expected to be managing conflict. There is also conflict between commissioners and the staff, the officials in that institution. So what Honorable Sheriff is asking you, we want to hear from you. How best are you going to deal with conflict in a bigger organization?
Okay.
Even sometimes they go out for outreach programs. And when you get there and you are having a program as commissioners, and there starts a conflict between members of community and amongst themselves, and sometimes with yourselves as commissioners. How best are you going to deal with that kind of a situation?
Isn't that where then there is a need for such spaces wherein you take account of the person, even if it's in a big space? I've noticed that in most working environments, there is no spaces wherein people can actually come and actually talk about how they feel. And that's another thing, we bottle everything. We think that because it's a workspace, we shouldn't care about our feelings. We shouldn't care about how something made me feel. And having that space in the workspace could really progress the working environment. Even if in communities you go out there, we can't control what happens in the communities. We can just control how we react in them. But when it comes to when we are working together and we actually know each other, we can try to create those spaces wherein, more than anything, respect is the first thing that's on the line. And then from then on out, we have environments wherein we can actually talk as equals, beyond anything, as equals, to then say, this is what is happening here. Can we resolve it? Because I feel like if we then say, because it's a bigger space, it cannot have a small solution. It can. Sometimes just speaking is good. It's what I believe is a potential way forward. That's just me, though.
Okay, thank you very much. Hopefully all members have asked questions. Mam Sondo, you did. Mam Masondo, you did. Mam Kawula, you did. Mam Shlema did. And I think Masiko and myself did ask those questions. Honorable Sheriff, is
Sorry?
there any question that is left?
Ngicabanga uhlongo Chair.
Sesithathile yakhe
Oh, thank you.
because usibhalele ukuthi une-network problem.
Oh, thank you.
No,
Sheriff?
Chair, I'm covered. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, because also she's left with 1 minute.
No.
Thank you very much. Is there a question that you want to ask the panel in relation to the process?
In relation to the process, I'm very anxious and I just feel like it's okay, guys. I've been sitting here, so it's fine. I just wanna go outside and go hug myself. So that's what I need right now.
Okay.
So yeah, I was not expecting there to be people, unfortunately, but now I'm not saying it was bad. You guys were very comforting. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. It was very comforting. It was very comforting. I have stage fright. There was times when I was shaking. So yeah, but thank you so much for
It
having
was a
me.
good experience for you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. And I don't know, I guess we'll see as everything unfolds, it is what it is. And I'm grateful to have been here either ways. This is a big stepping stone for me as an aspiring legislator. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Fatuani. Fatuani.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
very much. Just run myself.
Okay, goodbye. Good. Travel safe.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. I think we have come to the end of our first round of the interviews. Now we're breaking for lunch. And we'll be back at what time, Kashifa? 2 o'clock. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. The meeting is adjourned for break.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Hi, Fix. Chair, are you on a break?
Honorable members, please log in.
The mic. Are you able to hear me? In the room?
Yes.
Okay. Afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, colleagues.
Afternoon, Piri.
Aye, grand, sharp.
That's great. Sheriff and Piri, hope you have logged in to the house.
Yes,
to
Chair.
the...
I'm here.
Okay. Sitting, Makaula, log in. Who's sitting, log in. Yeah. We are going to start now. Okay. Uthini? Yeah. Yeah.
Yo, someone's saying how many bags? How many bags? 4, 5, 6, 8. Ekhaya nenye bese ngikhohliwe eblack. Ekhaya. Bayithenga noneli. Sayithola vehlile from 7,000 something. Bazenze say half price. Yo, sathi bagene nje. Asayeka. Spelele must we can start. Okay. Mnike. Okay, the next candidate is candidate number 4. Thank you very much, honorable members. We are resuming with our duty. I hope IT, you are ready because we are starting now.
Recording in progress.
A good afternoon, Commissioner Dibiela.
Good afternoon, Chair, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Yeah, you are a current serving commissioner, so we are going to take more time with you. Unlike the other candidates. So, honorable members will ask follow-up questions to you because you are the current serving commissioner, unlike the other candidates. So, Kashifa, you'll have to give us more time and give us 60 minutes. There's no need for us to introduce ourselves to yourself because you know all of us. All what I want is our interpreters, our sign language interpreters to be ready and our language interpreters to be ready because we are starting with your interview. Tell us about yourself and why do you think you are a suitable candidate to be reappointed as a commissioner, since you have served as a commissioner at CGE.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Dibela Gertrude Mutupi from Motabelo in the Free State, born in the Free State and I grew up in the Free State. I believe I'm a suitable candidate. Has given me an opportunity to learn more about CGE and the work, and also the interactions I've had with a number of stakeholders have also shaped me in terms of the work within CGE that has been done by the Commission. And I want to believe that with the experience that I've gathered for this period that I've been there, I'll be able to contribute even more effectively within the Commission as a commissioner.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to your good self, Commissioner Motupi. Now, having served in the commission, I'm sure that you are well vested on the mandate and the functions of CGE, according obviously to the Act as well as the powers and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation. Now, the question that I have is that as a commissioner, what has been your role in fulfilling the mandate, the powers and the functions of CGE in terms of the Constitution? And then can you also explain to us whether should further enrich the Commission's powers and functions? Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me start with the last question, Honorable Member, if you allow. I want to believe that there is a need for the CGE Act to be reviewed because it's been there since the advent of democracy, and there was never a stage where it was reviewed in terms of ensuring that the Commission is given more powers. At the moment, the Commission makes recommendations on its findings, on investigations and research, and also on its oversight work that it does. But the recommendations that the Commission makes to different stakeholders are not enforceable because there is no way in the law where it says that the stakeholders can be forced into implementing the recommendations. And I want to believe that if the Act can be reviewed in order to ensure that the Commission is given powers such that its recommendations on its research, on its investigations, on its work of oversight are enforceable on different stakeholders. As a commissioner, since 2019 when I started, after having interacted with different stakeholders, I made a recommendation to plenary on the oversight visits, which were not there before we came in 2019, on the oversight visits into police stations and their victim-friendly rooms in order to ensure that we assess if the victim-friendly rooms and the police stations themselves are able to provide services that would ensure that the victims and survivors of GBV get justice being delivered for them. And I also made a proposal on the health services that we have oversight visits to clinics and hospitals which are still being conducted during this financial year, during which we want to check as to whether services are being provided at clinics, not only for women, but for both for men and women. And we started targeting maternity wards. And at the end of it, the intention is to engage the departments of health in different provinces to bring to their attention the situation that we found in hospitals and clinics, and also shed a way forward on what needs to be done next in order to address the challenges which are there. And I've also had interactions with different stakeholders in the province, from the provincial government to local government, also the legislature, as well as the civil society organizations within the Free State province. And I've had an opportunity of attending most of their events where I had been invited to make a presentation on behalf of the CGE. And I've also participated in the Women in Mining in Daba and Expo 2 consecutive years in 2022 and 2021, at which women in mining were engaging on the challenges they face in the mining industry, which is male dominated, and also briefing them or educating them around the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up question? Now, I think you have highlighted to us, Commissioner, on what your role has been. Do you feel that what you have done has been impactful in such a way that it has gone to address what the Commission or CGE stands for in terms of its mandates, its powers, and its function? Because I did a request for you to highlight that, but do you feel that there has been a small dent or there has been an impact according to the role that you have played specifically as a commissioner within CGE?
Thanks, Honourable Member. I want to believe that there's an impact, in particular in terms of educating stakeholders around the role of CGE. Because in terms of our recommendations, not much really has been done. Because like I had said earlier on, our recommendations are not binding on any institution. But in the Free State, there are institutions like the Tutuzela Care Center, where we went at Sepong, where we went and we, after that, because after each visit, we would interact with the leaders within the sphere. We met with the police commissioner in the province and the MEC for Social Development and briefed about the situation at the Tutuzela Care Center, and also the police commissioner about the situation with different victim-friendly rooms. And because of our visits to the TTC, the MEC had to go there and revamp the TCC and also buy new tools of trade, that is the toys and educational, in particular educational toys for children who are accompanying their mothers or parents when they go to the Tutuzela Care Center. And with the victim-friendly rooms, a number of victim-friendly rooms in the province have been revamped as well. And to cite an example with one which was the most problematic one at Bloomsbury Police Station, after we had visited and informed the provincial commissioner about the state of the victim-friendly rooms, she had a program of revamping the victim-friendly rooms. That was the Bloomsbury, the Bato Police Station. Those were the two which were in a dire state. And when we conducted our visits, I would say at least, even though the recommendations are not binding, but we are able to engage different leaders within departments or within government institutions. And there are some changes that we see, which indeed says that the work that we are doing is being impactful on, or rather in terms of ensuring that there's service delivered. Thank you, Honourable.
Why do you say your recommendations are not binding when you are a Chapter 9 institution? Why do you say that? And if you're saying your recommendations are not binding, isn't it that you come to Parliament as an institution and account on the work that you have done? You do have research reports and your oversight reports where you come to the portfolio and present findings. And we as portfolio committees, sometimes we call in other portfolio committees which are relevant to the report that you present to us and go and make recommendations to the House. So why do you think this thing of saying your recommendations are not binding, it emanates from what? Because there must be a reason. But as far as we know, as honorable members, your recommendations are binding. So why do you say that? Maybe you'll give us an answer so that maybe we can look at what you're saying.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, we are saying our recommendations are not binding because even in our act is not mentioned as to what happens to our recommendations. And it's not only the CGE, but a number of Chapter 9 institutions. Hence, at the moment, we have joined as amicus curiae the approach of the Human Rights Commission to the courts in order to ensure that their recommendations are binding on institutions. We have joined that so that the court can make a ruling on us as Chapter 9 institutions to ensure that our recommendations are binding. It's in the Free State Court as we speak.
Okay.
My Chair, my hand is up for follow-up.
Okay. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon. You speak about the recommendations not being binding, and you also speak about the CGE Act, and you basically saying, please correct me if I'm wrong, that the CGE Act needs to be amended to make, or to rather give the CGE more teeth, so that in your view, the recommendations are binding. If that is correct, can you please tell the panel or explain to the panel, give us an example of the work you've done in your term, in your last 5 years, to amend the CGE Act so that the recommendations can be binding? It's one thing to argue that it's not binding, but I think as a panel, we want to know, what have you done in your 5 years, in your term of office, to rectify these sort of institutional issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Chair, we have started a process within the Commission as plenary of reviewing the CGE Act. And we are at the moment at the process of internal consultations, which are being led by the legal officers within CGE. They have drafted a document that informs the process in terms of ensuring that we start the processes of reviewing the Act. Thanks.
Sheriff, Honorable Sheriff.
Chair, it would have been great for the Commissioner to say what she has done herself as a Commissioner, but it's okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Question number 2, it's in relations to the CGE strategic plan for 2019 to 2024. Which states that the commission's mandate is broad and almost touches every aspect of life in South Africa. And many South Africans of all races, genders, and sexual orientations, religions and faiths, cultures and traditions, social and economic class backgrounds, and political affiliations do experience at one time or another gender discrimination and prejudice. In your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in the public and private sector? If needed, how can CGE reposition itself to make an impact given to its wide mandate? In your own assessment of the performance of your institution In what areas has CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? And what, in your opinion, are areas that require more focus?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I would start at the end with areas that would require more focus. Like I had said, if we are to finish the process of amending the Act, or whichever comes first, whether it's the Act or our approach to the court to ensure that our recommendations are binding. And I would also say that Chair, our work has been impactful, and in particular, the gender mainstreaming program and gender budgeting, which have for the past 5 years been targeting particularly municipalities. Though we had said in the coming 5 years, we need to also extend it even to provincial government departments, because we had been targeting municipalities in ensuring that we assist them in terms of ensuring that they engender their programs and policies. We have also had workshop, gender mainstreaming workshops within municipalities. And the second program would be our outreach legal clinics, which I want to believe that have been impactful, because they've been able to bring out issues within communities. Whenever there's an outreach program, communities which are there will be able to be assisted there and there at that moment. In particular, I would say cases which had been raised in those activities would always be the cases that relates to child maintenance grant, and also cases that relates to divorce settlements, and also the inheritance, in particular for wives of taxi owners beyond their funerals. There would always be issues in relation to the inheritance of their properties, and also the burden that they are left with of paying taxes. So I would say at the moment, it had been that program of outreach it has been impactful in terms of assisting our communities in getting assistance from the relevant government departments. Thanks, Chair.
There was an issue in relations to your act, maybe where you didn't meet at the deadline. The one that was in relations to whether CGE should continue to deal with legal issues, or in terms of legal practice council, which CGE didn't meet deadline. Remember, that has a negative bearing to CGE, which you as commissioners, you failed to meet the deadline. So how can you convince us as a panel that it's important for us to reconsider your reappointment as a commissioner?
Chair, I want to believe that we, in the process of doing our work, we've made mistakes, and I honestly acknowledge that, and that was one of the mistakes. And at the moment, I would say it has been addressed, and it's before even the minister, Minister Lamula is aware of it, and we have also brought him in. And as to being considered, I want to believe that, as I said, Chair, I have learned from the mistakes that we've committed, and I want to believe that moving forward, we would be able to perform as expected by the portfolio committee? Because I know that a number of times the portfolio committee had to whip us into place. And I acknowledge that there had been mistakes. And I want to believe that moving forward, we have learned, or rather I've learned from the mistakes that we've committed.
Honorable Sheriff.
Chair, I am covered. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Mam Shlengwa.
Oh, sorry, Chair. I thought you were asking if I wanted a follow-up question.
No, I was
And
asking
my
if you've got a
question-
follow-up question.
Oh, okay. No follow-up question, Chair.
Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. to the
Follow-up
good
question.
selves.
Do you have a follow-up question?
No, I don't have a follow-up question. Thank you, Chair. But I
Okay.
wanted to have a question. I wanted to ask a question.
Okay. You can ask a question.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon to the Commissioner. Chair, as you have alluded, and most of my colleagues says they spoke, we are aware, all of us, that the Constitution directs the CGE to be a Chapter 9. But in the same breath, on its Section 10, subsection 1B, it provides that the Constitution, it provides that this act, or they must be impartial, and the commission or the members of the commission must act without fear or favor. So, Chair, I've got two questions on the same breath in line with subsection 10, section 10, subsection 1B, which is to the Commissioner. Why do you think that the good faith without fear, favor, bias, and the Constitution requires that you must not be prejudiced? Can you elaborate further? Why do you think it must be like that? Because it's a section, it's a Chapter 9. Secondly, do you regard yourself as a limited or a traditional leader, or religious being independent leader? Or Chair, all of us, we now aware that we are living with or we are part of the community of the LGBTQIA+, and impartial. Why do you think you belong to that sector? Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. I did not quite get to the last question.
Honorable Piri, may you please repeat the last question?
Commissioner, do you regard yourself as limited to traditional leaders or religious, being independent-minded leader? Or the LGBTQIA+ community, and impartial? Is it impartial, and why? That's the second question, Chair.
It's number 5.
You can assist me. I'm gonna forward it to yourself. I'll be dealing with question number 4, which is your on the section 10, subsection 1B. You can assist on the other side.
You were asking question number 4, ne? Piri?
Yes, Chair.
You were asking question number 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Chair, I believe that the CGE is a Chapter 9 institution that deals with issues of both men and women, and as an institution that supports democracy, must and has to be has to do its work without being partial, because then if if there wasn't nothing in the law that says we should do our work without fear of favor or being impartial, then it would mean that CGE can choose, or rather not CGE, individuals within CGE can choose on complaints or cases which ones to take and how to take them, because there wouldn't be a law that governs and says that we should be impartial. And the fact that it gets its mandate from the Constitution, then it says it cannot be taking any sides and it cannot be doing its work with favors to any institution or individual. On the kind of leader I am, Chair, I do not see myself as a religious nor cultural leader. I see myself as an independent leader, because once I become one of the two, then it means I would always be taking sides of either one of the two that I would be. So I'm not a cultural leader or a religious leader. I'm an independent leader. Thanks, Chair. I hope I've answered the honorable member.
Honorable Piri, any follow-up question, or Honorable Sheriff?
Thanks, Chair. I am partially satisfied with the fact that she does not subscribe herself as a religious or no cultural leader, because indeed we are living in a country where there's LGBTQIA plus community, but I'm fine. Thanks, Chair. You can pass. Thank you.
Honorable Sheriff?
No, Chair, I don't have a follow-up question, but I do want to note the work that Commissioner Matuti has done with the LGBT IQA plus community, and maybe she could just speak a little bit about the work that she has done with the LGBT community. Thank you, Chair.
In fact, my interest is, in fact, it's for the whole committee. I hear you are saying that you have done work on the LGBTQIA plus, but I think you're not specific, because you are deployed in 2 provinces. And you haven't tell us that the work that you're talking about, you have done it where? I'm just adding on the question that Honorable Sheriff is asking you. Can you respond in both?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have done my work in both the Northern Cape and the Free State Province up until when after the new commissioners had come in, and we had to ensure that we cut our programs to accommodate the budget, and I would only be in the Northern Cape as and when the lead commissioner is not available. But I've done the work in both provinces. I have visited police stations in the Northern Cape. I have visited the TCC in the Northern Cape, and I've also had similar meetings that I've had in the Free State. I've had in the Northern Cape. I've had meetings with the Department of Education and SAFE on issues of learner pregnancy before the research was done in terms of looking into what exactly were the challenges and how is it that the department, or rather the departments which are responsible, are responding to this challenge. And on LGBTQIA plus persons, Chair, I have conducted a number of awareness pardon me, as a commissioner on LGBTQIA plus persons' rights, and I have also addressed one of the seminars I addressed was one convened by the Speaker of the Legislature of the Free State, where I was raising awareness amongst members of the legislature and stakeholders who were invited around rights of persons, of LGBTQIA plus persons. And I have also written a paper which served before plenary, proposing that we have a leadership thought dialogue on LGBTQIA plus persons' rights, at which we would be inviting leaders within government, because from the work that I've been doing in the provinces, it was clear that there is lack of understanding. Sometimes people may sound or seem like they are homophobic, but you find that it's not that they are homophobic, but they lack knowledge and understanding of the rights of LGBTQIA plus persons. Hence, I wrote the proposal that we have a leadership thought seminar where all leaders would be invited, such that they are engaged on the LGBTQIA plus persons, in particular in the public service. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Sheriff, any follow-up? Honorable Piri?
Nothing on my side. Thank you, Chair.
I'm covered, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Mamhlengwa?
Honorable Chair, Commissioner, in your experience and in what all you have done, what do you notice about the language barrier in these provinces and amongst the work you have done and the people who have come across?
Mamhlengwa, that's question number 6, ne?
The follow-up, this one is what the follow-up, not the specific question.
Oh.
Yes, it was the follow-up.
All right.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Chair, in terms of the language barrier, I would say the CG has tried to ensure that this material is printed in 11 official languages, and they are distributed per province. And as far as I have interacted with communities, I've not picked up a language barrier except for one, where you'd find that in most government institutions where people are being serviced, you do not have sign language interpreters. And also, and looking in particular at police stations, your people who are visually impaired struggle in terms of them being able to read and write their own statements. Someone else writes their statement for them and it's read for them. They are not even sure if it's exactly what is written on paper because it's not in Braille. Those are the two that I have picked up, and which we are continuously engaging different departments on, and we continue to get the same response that they do not have enough resources to appoint people or to have necessary tools. Thanks, Honorable Member.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Commissioner, I'm dealing with the gender equality and gender mainstreaming. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? And what is your understanding of gender discrimination? How would you deal with the complaints of homophobia and intolerance towards gender non-conforming person. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe just to add on that question, Ma'am Mhlengwa, in your own view, what are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in the society?
Thanks, Honorable Member and Honorable Chair. I will start with the gender discrimination and how I will deal with. And I would make an example, Honorable Member, if allowed, with one complaint that was reported to me of a gay person who was raped and went to the police station to report the matter and was returned by the police. And knowing that our processes of dealing with complaints are long, and sometimes if there are those issues like this one, which you do not even necessarily need to refer it to the legal officers, where you only call the station commander, and if you do not get joy, you call the provincial commissioner in order for them to deal with the issues. And an issue of or a complaint, or rather a matter of gender discrimination in particular affecting LGBTQIA plus persons, one deals with it by interacting directly, whether it's the head of the department or it's MEC or it's the mayor. You deal with them directly with those people, such that they are able to ensure that they are resolved on time, because there is honestly speaking, besides the fact that there is lack of knowledge around LGBTQIA plus persons' rights, but there's also a lot of homophobic tendencies towards them, a lot of gender discrimination being meted against them as human beings. So I would always deal with them by ensuring that you contact the person who is in charge or who is leading. If it's a government department, if it's the private sector, the manager. We have dealt with two. One was that of a gay person, and one was of a police officer who was discriminated against by fellow colleagues within a police station in Fixburg. So we dealt with it by going directly to the station commander, and we did not find any joy, to be honest, and we went directly to the provincial commissioner in order to ensure that the matter is being resolved. And she did come back to us and say the matter has now been resolved. And on gender mainstreaming, how I would advise, in order to ensure that gender is mainstreamed, firstly, you need to look at your policies. Ensure that your policies are indeed in keeping with gender equality, and also your programs. And before we can deal with the issue of quotas, how many women are there, how many men are there, but you deal first with your policies, because they are the ones that informs, and also ensure that you have gender equality policies in place to ensure that you are able to mainstream gender within the workplace or within a department. I'm not sure, Chief, I've answered. I doubt.
You haven't touched on the private sector. What work have you done as CGE in private sector?
In the private sector, Chair, we've had investigative hearings where the businesses are being called in to account on how they are ensuring that there is transformation within the workplace. On this one, we look at the quotas, how many women are there, how many men, how many persons with disabilities, and we also look at their policies, your sexual harassment policies, and so on and so forth. If indeed, because there are private sector institutions which have sexual harassment policies, but when you look at the sexual harassment policies, instead of empowering the victims, they empower the perpetrators more. So we've had those investigations where we look into those in terms of advising them to look at their policies, and most of them have come back to us and say, please assist us in ensuring that our policies are in order.
In terms of salaries?
Even my apologies, Chair. Even in terms of salaries, we've also looked into that. I know that even to this day, like I said, our recommendations are not binding. To this day, we still have unequal pay for work of same value. In particular within the private sector, and the mining industry, not that it's the only industry, but the mining industry is the biggest culprit in terms of unequal pay for work of equal value.
Honorable Sheriff, is there a follow-up question from yourself and Honorable Piri?
No, Chair, but I am interested in the Commissioner's view on the position of CGE when it comes to decriminalization of sex work. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Chair, CGE's position on decriminalization of sex work is that CGE support decriminalization. And CGE support decriminalization because we are a constitutional body which supports democracy. And in supporting democracy, we therefore value rights of all South Africans. And decriminalization works in that sense, in ensuring that the rights of sex workers are being protected. That's where we come in as CGE, that they are being protected from harassment by police, they are being protected from being excluded in terms of services being provided, in particular in terms of your healthcare services at clinics and hospitals. So as CGE, we have that position that sex work should be decriminalized, and it's being informed by the protection of the rights of the sex workers. And even though it does not exclude the rights of the clients. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mamkaula.
Am I cut? Chair, I hear you are calling Mam Kaula. Am I no longer part of asking a follow-up?
Yeah, I did ask you.
No, I was
do you have a
waiting.
follow-up question so that I can call you?
No, it's fine, Chair. On the same breath of the decriminalization of sex workers, Chair, I want to check with the current commissioner, based on the fact that you are a current commissioner. Do you have any recommendation or a piece that you wrote as a commission with regard to that? And one, it can open a situation where the victimization might be worse to sex workers. But do you have a piece or a document, a recommendation that you made as a commission, not yourself individually? Did it properly, and what was your recommendation as a commission currently? Thanks, Chair.
In fact, let me add on that one of Honorable Piri, that I heard you were saying you want to ensure that you protect the rights of those individuals in that industry. But what about the concerns that were raised by the other Christian groups? And how do you ensure that you balance and protect their rights too?
Thanks, Honorable Chair and Honorable Member. Honorable Piri, we do have a paper on decriminalization of sex work as the CGE, which is a work, a result of work done internally and externally, and there were consultations. And when we reviewed the position, Chair, we also consulted extensively with different stakeholders. And we are aware that there are I don't want to say religious, there are groups which are, or people who are against decriminalization of sex work. But our issue here of importance is that we continue having sex workers out there, whether it's criminalized or decriminalized. Hence, as CGE, we are saying at least we should have some way of ensuring that their rights are being protected as individuals, as individual members of the broader society. We know that there are those individuals who are saying, no, we do not support decriminalization, just like there were people who were saying they do not support termination of pregnancy. However, you like I said, as an institution that derives its mandate from the Constitution, our work is to protect the rights of individuals and in particular those who are vulnerable. And in this instance, sex workers become vulnerable because of the work that they are doing. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mamkaula.
Ngibonga Chair, ngikubingelele Commissioner Mothupi. No lana engifuna lana nje ke sibheke lana uthi njengoba uyimisela uthi ufuna ukuthi nawe ngesikubhekelele ukuthi ubuye uzoba commissioner lana ngifuna ukubheka lana i-strategy sakho, strategy plan 2019 to 24, ukuthi kunama cases athinta abana nje uthi usuke eFree State athinta ko Harry Smith lana othola khona ukuthi kwahlukunyezwa umndeni wakaKhumalo, umkhulu omdala nayo senokhokho bakhe beshawa khona eplazini ngenxa lento yebala. Walivula icala, malivulile icala kodwa icala lagcina selibuya futhi izodla yena nomndeni wakhe ngenxa yamaphoyisa othola ukuthi agcina sesebenzela lo muntu. Ngifuna ukwazi-ke wena njengo-commissioner ukuthi if wena kuyenzeka uyangena kuyenzeka upresident uyak-appointa ukuthi okay bayiphathi yale portfolio committee ya-CGE yini ozosilwela yona ukuthi sibone abantu aba-abuzwayo emaplazini beshawa bebadala, abesifazane kanye ney'ngane kumbiwa namathuna bebulawa, yini ozosenza baphucwe nemfuyo yabo hanje yodayiswa. Okunye la ebengizofuna ukukwazi la kuwena khona lana iy'kole othola ukuthi lana sinomthetho owathi lana sisebenza under kwi-democracy sesiphila phansi kwayo. Kuseney'kole lana ezingafuni ukuthatha abantu bakithi abamnyama. Ngangokuthi mawuthi uyalandela uthola ukuthi mangabe esikoleni esithi just kufanekisa wena ingane yakho nangokwebala mhlambe wena ukhokha 500 kimina as black ngizokhokhiswa u-3,000 ngenhloso ukuthi ingane zethu afuna kuzikhokhe. Ngifuna ukwazi-ke kulawo ma-case anjalo if wena usukhona-ke manje yini ozosilekelela ngayo thina kuleli komiti ukuthi laba bantu sibabone beshushiswa, hhayi amacala azobhekelela ibala ukuthi ngoba ibala elimhlawumbe leli unelungelo lokuthi abuse abantu bakithi. Ngiyabonga.
Thanks, Honorable.
The honorable member was asking a question that has to do, or it's based on the strategic plan 2019 to 2024, where the honorable member is referring to cases where, for example, in Harrismith, where Mr. Kumalo and his family were victims of racism in the farm that he was residing, where he had his property confiscated, and he opened a case at the local police station. However, he became the victim because he was then in turn victimized by the police. And the honorable member's question in this regard is, what would be your contribution towards the prevention of abuse of farm dwellers in mainly farming communities? That's the first part. And then the honorable member continued to ask the second question around schools that are using financial exclusion to exclude black learners, where you'll find that white students will be paying, she used the example of 500 rand, but for a black parent, they'll be asked to pay 3,000. I think just because they wanted to exclude them from being accepted in the school.
Thanks, Honorable Member and Honorable Chair. On issues of preventing abuse on farms, because it's not all cases that Honorable Member ends with us. Some we end up not even knowing about them. But what we do is is bring in the relevant departments. In the Free State, we have a committee of stakeholders that unlocks cases and attends to cases, even old cases, where we have South African Police Services, we have NPA, we have Justice. And when we get a case, which or a complaint, or we learn about it either in the media that this case has not been dealt with accordingly, or the case was dismissed and it's because the police did not do their work correctly. This committee goes around throughout the Free State to different police stations to look at the dockets themselves. The prosecutors are part of that committee, and they ensure that these cases are prosecuted on. They ensure that they see their days in court. Once we learn about such cases, we refer them to them, and they are able to deal with them without any waste of time. On schools using financial exclusions, even on this one, Honorable Member, when we get such, because on the schools using financial exclusions, we would work with our sister institution, the Human Rights Commission, in ensuring that the matter is resolved, because it's a human rights matter. But we always ensure that we talk to the NEC responsible, and so that we can find each other on the issue and ensure that the issue is resolved. It's the same as the exclusion of LGBTQIA+ persons in schools, which rears its head, homophobia rears its ugly head all the time in our different schools, where you'd find that a child was expelled from school because she's lesbian or because he is gay. And we would always bring in the NEC for education and engage them to ensure that the matter is being resolved. Thanks, Honorable Member.
Ngibonge Chair, kuthi mangikubheka ngikubuke sangazathi ukwa actor kulewa njengo commissioner. La ngiyakuzwa ukukhuluma ngama MECs. La mina ngikhuluma ngama case akhona. Othola ukuthi ama MECs akayisebenzi. Mina ngibuza wena as a commissioner ukuthi uzosisiza ngani kulawo ma case na, ukuthi ingane yami ngiyafuna nami ifunde kuzifana nawo wonke umuntu, kodwa manje uthothi lengane kuzokhushula imali kuze mina ngingakwazi ukufaka ingane yami kuleso sikole. Kanjalo futhi nakule ngikhuluma ngayo yase Harrismith, umlungu wathatha inkomo washaya umuntu omdala, washaya umuntu wabhidliza umuzi. ayaziwa lawo makhesi kodwa kenza ngithi mina ngoba nakho wena ukhona yini ozoyenza ukulandela lawo makhesi ukuthi lo mlungu osuke eboshiwe akwazi ukuthi nibheke ukuthi icala lakhe lihamba kanjani liyaqhubeka noma uphuma discharge lapho kulo comment mina kuleyo case ngoba imost kunoma kuboshwe lo muntu kubuya kuzoboshwa laba bantu mina ngikhuluma nawe hayi kabi ukuthi wena yini ozosiza ngakuze amaphoyisa akwazi ukwenza lo msebenzi and namakhotha khohla MEC khohla abanye abantu ngisengisho wena njengo CGE ngiyabonga.
The honorable member, I'll paraphrase, Chair. The honorable member is asking the candidate directly as to what their role will be in resolving these two issues, their direct role in both of them.
Thanks, honorable member. My role would be to interact first with the family and make follow-ups at the police station and the court, because without them, then we are unable to resolve the matter. We would need at the end of the day to rope them into addressing the matter. Thanks, honorable member.
Honorable Sheriff, it's your turn.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll put my video on for a little bit, but my network is so unstable. It's been unstable the whole day. Commissioner Matupi, my question is around gender-based violence and femicide. And of course, you've spoken about the work that you've done with victim empowerment rooms, visiting police stations, and the Tutuzela care centers. And you've been quite elaborate on the work you've done with GBVF. So I want to know from you, in terms of the CGE, what has been some of the missed opportunities that the CGE has had when it comes to combating GBVF? And what, in your perspective, can the CGE do better when it comes to combating gender-based violence and femicide? And in your answer, if you can include the use of the National Strategic Plan, its pillars, and the key legislation. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. We, as the Commission, we've had awareness raising campaigns. We've had or rather we are having the Men and Boys program, through which we are trying to educate men around being able to speak out about their issues, and also educating them around the influence patriarchy has that results in gender-based violence within communities. And I want to believe that raising awareness, and we've also interacted with young boys and girls in different schools where we were raising awareness around gender-based violence, such that they may have the knowledge so that they do not become perpetrators and also fall victims of gender-based violence. And we in terms of the NSP, I would quote, even though I would not go into it deeper, I would quote one. The psychosocial services, we have we interact on a regular basis with the department responsible, the Department of Social Development, in ensuring that the services they are providing, in particular at the police stations, the Tutuzela care centers, and the shelters to victims and survivors of gender-based violence, are really in accordance, and they are able to assist and empower the women who go to the centers, and not only the women, but also men who go and report cases of gender-based violence. And also, I have also referred to raising awareness, which also goes hand in hand with the NSP, and as well as security, provision of security and justice for the victims and survivors of gender-based violence through our oversight visits to the TCCs, the police stations, and the victim-friendly rooms, and our continuous engagements that we have with the police, because most of the police are not trained to deal with GBV. We continuously engage with them at police stations and even at the provincial level to make sure that they are empowered in terms of dealing with cases of gender-based violence at different police stations. Thanks, Honorable Member.
Can you name 2 pillars which you personally, as a commissioner, you have made a meaningful contribution and made an impact to our communities?
Chair, I would say on the education and support, in terms of the meetings that I've had with the social development and also interactions with social workers, and also the awareness and presentations made at different meetings, and in particular the ones for young boys and girls who are learners, whom would have gathered at one school, and we talk to them about gender-based violence, and also rope in different departments, that would be the correctional services, the justice, the NPA, such that they also come and brief them on their services that they provide. Thanks.
Sondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Masondo.
Mavimbela.
Yes. Ms. Mutupi, I just have one question. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament? Thank you.
Can I get clarity? Oversight by Parliament, not by CGE.
What did you say?
I said oversight by Parliament.
Repeat the question, Masondo.
How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
Thanks, Honorable Member. Chair, on the side of Parliament, I do not think there is a need to strengthen. I want to believe that the Parliament, through the Portfolio Committee, is playing its oversight on CGE by holding us accountable, and I want to believe that in my own opinion, it's sufficient. And with CGE, I want to believe that us strengthening our oversight on both the public and the private sector, we can strengthen our work by ensuring that we, within our strat plan, we include a number of activities relating to oversight, in particular of commissioners. oversight on state or public institutions as well as the private sector, because it's through the APP that we can be able to deliver. Otherwise, because sometimes we do our work, and if it's not in the APP, then we have issues with the auditors. I want to believe that by ensuring that we strengthen our APP, we will be able to strengthen our work of oversight. Honorable Member, thank you.
I think in terms of the question that Honorable Masondo have raised in relation to monitoring and evaluation that you are doing, it's part of your core business. CGE has been in the media for wrong reasons. And in some instances, the committee was drawn in to some of those things that are happening there. So, which it also impacts on the work that you as commissioners, you should be focusing on or doing. And in us playing oversight, playing oversight role over CGE, in your own view, do you think you have done justice as commissioners to your work? And how have you assisted new commissioners in understanding their roles and responsibilities as commissioners vis-a-vis what was happening at CGE in terms of accountability?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Chair, we've had, I'll start with the last one. We've had an induction workshop for new commissioners where all commissioners were present, where clarity was given on the CGE mandate as well as the from the Constitution and mandate from the CGE Act, because the CGE Act compels us to become accountable to Parliament, and and on a continuous basis we continue doing that. We have agreed at plenary that we are going to have an annual induction for both members and for staff, having learned from our past experiences where we had some instances like the chair says, we had been in the media for wrong reasons, and sometimes we dragged the portfolio committee into our mud with us. We have learned from that. That's why we have said we should on an annual basis have an induction where members are refreshed into understanding what the mandate is and from the Constitution, and what the mandate is from the founding legislation of the CGE, such that we do not have a member who thinks that we can't account to Parliament or to the portfolio committee. Chair, it's very sad that we've had our fair share of mistakes as the commission, and in particular the core of commissioners, where at some point one would say even the work that we were doing, we could have performed more than we did had we not have these challenges. But I want to believe that the core of commissioners which are here now, and hopefully that those who be appointed are prepared to ensure that they forge a way forward and do not engage in what we engaged in the previous years.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of your questions.
isikhathi sakhe siphelile. We have come to the end of your questions. In fact, we are more with 3 minutes. But it was necessary because you are a current serving commissioner. In fact, that's what we do with all of you who are serving commissioners, because you are expected to be giving us more information than people who are not in the institution. So that's why it's important for us to ask you more questions so that as and when we deliberate as the committee, it fits that there is a need to reconsider the application of current serving commissioners or whatever. But thank you very much, Commissioner Mutupi. I think we've come to the end of your questions. We wish you good luck. And we are not going to ask you any questions if you have any question that you want to ask to the committee, because if you go there, we'll start asking you about outstanding reports. So the best thing is to leave you so that we are done with your session. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable members.
Well, so thank you so much. Amen. Check it out. Okay. More people.
So, can you leave gonna come down to the team because you need to get back?
I mean pain. How 3 times? Well, yeah, we said that 3 times. I will go from her. Yo, that's I wish I can be you. Mina ngwashayilo ngishayilisa or ile ngishayilisa i-aircon. Ngihlola abaseli buhlungu kakhulu. Mr. Kanyile, you busy kwaba bafastering la. Bengacabanga ukuthi uyi-candidate. Ngicabanga ukuthi omunye umuntu. Thank you very much, honorable members. We have jumped the next
candidate, candidate that was supposed to follow, due to Mr. Kanyile has to fly back, and there are no flights tomorrow. So that's why we have put him in. Good afternoon, Mr. Kanyile. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncube-Ndaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. All honorable members will introduce themselves as and when they are about to ask you questions. The first question is, you have 45 minutes with us. I'm sure you are scared. You were saying, hey, you are going to be here for a very long time. No, with you, you are having only 45 minutes with us, like other candidates. So I don't do that to me. You'll be robbing him. So the first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself. Why do you think the committee should recommend you to be appointed as a commissioner by the president? Over to you.
Good afternoon. Greetings to you, Chair.
Your mic is off.
Greetings. Oh, sorry, my voice is loud. Greetings to you, Chair. Afternoon to the house, to everyone. My name is Pelele. My surname is Kanyile. I'm from KZN KwaZulu-Natal. I'm from KZN KwaZulu-Natal. I'm a graduate from Durban University of Technology. I am an activist where I come from. I run a few programs that deals with young people, people with disabilities, and I assist people who have issues of having drug problems and stuff. And I believe that where I work on my field with my people, where I'm from, I work a lot with young people with problems of disabilities, and I'm sure that my contribution and the knowledge that I do have in dealing mostly with young men who are raised by single parents. If we understand that young men with problems, drug problems, violent problems, it happens in most cases that it affects the families around them. So I'm good in terms of dealing with young men and transforming them. As I speak right now, I'm planning a varsity tour that will be touring throughout KZN because I'm a professional stand-up comedian. At the side, I do stand-up comedy and I do motivation. So I have a slot on Cozy FM every Thursday just for motivation. So I work along with young people and I inspire most young people in my talks and my conversation. I believe that I'm a great candidate to be part of the commissioner.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Kanyile. My name is Figile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee. Now, having applied to be a commissioner in the Commission for Gender Equality, we as a committee expect you to be well vested on the mandate of the commission and what it stands for and the purpose that it's serving in our communities according to the Constitution as well as its enabling act. Now, what is your understanding of CGE's mandates, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution? And secondly, please explain the role of a commissioner in the Commission of Gender Equality.
The role of the commissioner. Okay, cool. Should I start on the first question or just the role of the commission? Okay, cool. The act, what does it stand for? The act represents all genders in equal form, children with disabilities, children and people with disabilities, and women, including men. The act was established on 1996. It's the act of 187 that focuses in, it's the Act of 187 that focuses on assisting women and children and people with disabilities in terms of equality. So the Gender Equity Act stands for the equal rights for everyone and the equal benefits for everyone and protect everyone equally. Okay, cool. I'm too loud. Okay, cool. It protects and develops all genders equally. That's the mission of the act. Come again, sir? Chair? Oh, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Siphelele Khanyile.
Afternoon, member.
My name is Nokulunga Primrose Sondi. I'm serving in this portfolio committee for women, youth, and person with disabilities. The Constitution directs that the Chapter 9 institution of which the Commission for Gender Equality is one must be independent, subject only to the Constitution and law. These institutions must act impartially without fear, favor, or prejudice. Why do you think that the Constitution requires that the CGE, as for all the Chapter 9 institutions, be both independent and impartial and also protect that independence? Do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial, and why? Can you tell us of a time when you challenged authority at risk to your own interests? Thank you so much.
So is it possible to get the question maybe in Zulu or and then I can, because I didn't hear clearly like the whole question. I can reply in Zulu but in English, but I just want to hear it clearly.
Mr. Khanyile, ukubuzwayo la kuphathelene nezigungu zikahulumeni zika Chapter 9 ngokwemthethosisekelo waseNingizimu Afrika. I-CGE iyingxenye yalokho. Kufanele phakathi kwezinye izinto izimele, ingacwasi, ingachemi uma yenza umsebenzi wayo. Futhi wenze ngaphandle kokwesaba, ingabheke sola muntu kodwa yenza umsebenzi wayo ngendlela efanele. Kulokhu kufanele izimele futhi ingabacwasi abanye abantu. Ingabe wena-ke uzibheka njengomuntu onjalo yini, onomqondo ozimele, ongacwasi umuntu, ongachemi, nokuthi ingabe ukulungele yini ukubhekana nezinye zalezi zinselele eziphathelene nalo msebenzi nokuthi lokho uzokwenza kanjani? Siyabonga.
Yeah. In answering on a question, I think I am an independent thinker, even though in most cases I work with teams. So as an independent thinker, I do talk to other people just to be correct with my thoughts and everything, just not take decisions alone. In terms of the things that the commission that represents and stands for, I do think that I have that independence in terms of assisting, not and in terms of not judging people. As I say that I'm running a rehab as I speak, I do have people with disability issues, disability problems, and I deal with different genders. I deal with different people from different classes. So in terms of underestimating and looking down to other people, it's certain things that I do know how to handle myself on them and know how to deal with people with different issues.
Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Siphelele, Khanyile.
Madam Chair.
Ngithanda ukubuza na umbuzo olandelayo. Ucabanga ukuthi i-CGE ingakuqinisa kanjani okuyizinhlelo zayo ze-monitoring and evaluation nokuqaphelwa kokusebenza kwayo iParliament?
ECG ingayiqinisa ngani? In terms, okay, good.
With the permission of the chair, just to interpret the question for you, sir. How do you think the CGE can strengthen its strategy in terms of evaluation and monitoring as far as the functions of the Parliament are concerned?
With my personal question, what my personal answer is, ECG in terms of monitoring the functioning of a commission or the problem that are solved by the by the Commission of Gender Equity. I think the gender equality. On my view is that if we work with different people from different genders, it's important to collect different information from different people in terms of, for instance, where I'm from, we have I like issues with Cape Town, for instance. The issues that affect female that side are kindly alike, and where you get all the issues that affect people in these places and stuff. In most cases, it's poverty. In areas with poverty, in areas with a lot of drugs, with alcohol and stuff. So having people that can collect data and information towards these places, it can be schools, high schools doing awarenesses, primaries, universities, in getting different information from different places, what's actually taking place and what actually affects young people, children, people with disabilities, and women.
Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Our candidate, my name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of the board. My question, if I can go direct to that, is that I wanted to check if the gentleman is aware of Section 11, subsection 1 of the Constitution, and that deals with the international treaty. So I wanted to check with him if he knows the role of the CGE in terms of that, and what obligations does it enforce and in seeking to achieve the international treaty. Thanks, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Can I have a question in Zulu, please? If
Interpreter.
The question is to ask, the question asks if you are aware of the international treaty that affects the work of the CGE. My apologies, Chair. Conditioning the mind is on an English mode, strangely after lunch. Umbuzo uphathelene nokuthi uma kuziwa endabeni ezithinta umsebenzi wenziwa i-CGE, ingabe unalo yini ulwazi oluphathelene nezivumelwano ezenziwe amazwe omhlaba wonke ezithinta umsebenzi wenziwa yileli commission?
izivumelwane ezithinta umsebenzi we-CGE ehambisana nawo wonke amazwe noma akuvunyelwana nawo kuwo wonke amazwe. I believe it's with most countries we agree in most things, like i-child abuse ayikho indawo ipromotayo, ayikho indawo evumelayo. The way we treat abantu abanama-disabilities with problems and stuff. That's why we see other countries with ramps for wheelchair. That's why we have ama-sports njengo-quadra para, for with other countries, and we even go for Paralympics and stuff. That means ukuthi izinye zezinto ezikhona la kwi-CGE nekuvunyelwana ngazo, other countries are practicing them, and other countries are together ey'ntweni ey'hlangene nokubhekelelana abantu abancane, iy'ngane, ezintweni ey'hlangene nokuprotect abantu besifazane, ey'ntweni ey'hlangene nokunakekela abantu abanama-disabilities. I think they do agree.
Siyabonga. Honorable Sheriff. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Sheriff.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kanyila's answer is that when it comes to international treaties that affect the work of the CGE, these are in agreement around the globe because the world has taken the same stance when it comes to child abuse, the treatment of people with disabilities. There have been buildings that have been improved to include ramps for wheelchairs, and this involvement in sports such as quadripala and Paralympics that have been promoted in order to accommodate people with disabilities. And this unity in action has helped to protect children, women, and people with disabilities.
Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to you, Mr. Kanile. My question is around gender-based violence and femicide. We know that GBV is a pandemic in our country. We know that it is something that we fight every day to combat. We have the National Strategic Plan and key GBV legislation that has been adopted in Parliament in recent years. I want to know from you and what your perspective or your view is on how the CGE deals with issues of gender-based violence and femicide when it comes to looking at the country as a whole. And secondly, what sort of programs would you implement if you were to be a commissioner to combat GBVF in South Africa? And number three, if you have worked with any GBV in the GBV space, could you tell us a little bit about that? Thank you very much, Chair.
Interpreted. Interpreted.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Chair.
Member Sheriff ufuna ukwazi ukuthi njengoba wazi ukuthi la eNingizimu Afrika sinenkinga enkulu ye-GBV, udlame lwezobulili nokubulawa ikakhulukazi kwabantu besimame. Ngempela kubhubhane ezweni lakithi. Ngakho ngenxa yalokho sinezinto ezinjenge-National Strategic Plan esiza ekulweni nalezi zinto. I-CGE ucabanga ukuthi ingabhekana kanjani nale nkinga yodlame ye-GBV? Umbuzo wokuqala. Okwesibili, yiziphi izinhlelo ongazihlongoza zokulwa nalolu dlame lobulili? Okwesithathu, uma wake wasebenza nenhlangano ezilwa nalolu dlame i-GBV, sicela uthi ukusichazela kabanzi ukuthi yiziphi nokuthi imuphi umsebenzi owenza kusona. Siyabonga.
Okay, cool. So pendulum umbuzo, I think the first question in terms of how can we suppress the rates of the gender-based violence, in terms of how do we reduce numbers of seeing females dying and women in big predicaments and problems that are caused by men in most cases. I think on my side, a commission for gender equality should start focusing now on young men. So should start focusing on young men in terms of finding and getting solutions from their side. Because if we see the problem of people who are being abused each and every time, it's mostly to be women, and women are abused by men. And when we deal with this kind of issues, in most cases, we don't focus into people that who are the cause of the violence and everything. We mostly focus in females and outcomes of that violence and stuff. I believe as a young man who've been talking and who've been around young men and young other men, it's really important for the commission to start checking young men and educating them, having programs that will actually teaches them how to communicate, how to deal with females. Because if we check, in most cases, when we find the basic violence, let me just talk about the basic violence in relationships. When two people are dating, it's a boy and a girl on a relationship, you will find that there is a violence in their relationship, but in most cases, it's caused by the way they deliver things, by the way of talking, that it grows from there. Because if we check the different types of violence, we have the different type of abuse, not violence, the different type of abuse. We have a verbal abuse, of which you can talk to someone badly, and we have a physical abuse, of which certain people with physical characters can actually react with anger and fight in anything that should be could be communicated. So the first step in terms of changing, in terms of changing the idea or the mindset of young people that will grow up into a future leaders and future men in future, that will still contribute in the violence that is always seen. That will grow up, if ever that person was violent when he was young, growing up, he might end up being a violent person. He might end up in jail and stuff. So we as a CGE have a role to go around primary schools, high schools, universities, where we can actually find young people or work with people that work with young people and educate them how to deal with situations, because each and every person that is a male that has been involved in a violent situation, that person has a parent, or which is a mom or so forth, that person has a sister. And the way that most people who are violent and abusive treat their loved ones, their family members, their parents, their sisters, it's different compared to how they take situations with their girlfriends, with their loved ones and stuff. So I need to educate these young people. If you see a female, you see your mom, if she's your age mom. If you see a lady as your sister's parent, you see your sister and stuff. It's easy. It will be easy to them to understand how to deal with the situation when they are taught at a younger age. Because some people with anger issues and some people who are too violent, they are discovered at the later stage, and that person is too hard to change the way of doing things. It's too hard at that time to change his mindset and the way of seeing things, because it's very difficult to change someone who's 40 years old rather than changing someone who's still 7 years old to 10 years old to 12 years old. We can instill to young people, young men, how to choose females, how to communicate, including young females, how to join communication, because at the end of the day, the equity is for everyone. And if boys are guided, will be guided to grow up with females that were being guided. We have a crisis right now of females that are being monitored and being guided, and young men that are not guided. And we are expecting to see these young females to be in relationships, to get married and stuff with these young men who are not guided.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Chair. I do have a follow-up to the question that Honorable Sharif has asked, and it's quite a simple question, Mr. Kanyile. One, are you aware of an existence of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence? If so, can you give us at least 2 out of the 7 pillars of the NSP? Thank you.
So,
I saw understand, Kanyile, 6 pillars of the NSP.
Let me correct, Chair.
Oh.
The 2 out of the 6 pillars of the NSP.
The 2 pillars of NSP, okay. It's protecting and development. Developing young people, children, female people with disabilities.
Mr. Kanyutin.
It's protecting young people, female people with disabilities, and developing. So in terms of the equity, if there is promotion anywhere at work, I can't get promoted just because I'm a male or I'm a man. We are all equal. So it protecting that development and stuff. So if there's any development, I cannot just get an offer of a tender just because I'm a male.
Please, we like question Masip, Honorable Masip. Ukuluma, na 6 pillars were NSP, National Strategic Plan on GPVF. Okay, let's go to the next question, Mam Mhlengwa.
Sawubona Siphelele Khanyile.
Yes, Honorable.
Mine is gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Let me say you are a commissioner. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government, department, and entities and the private sector to mainstreaming gender in order to achieve gender equality? Secondly, what is your understanding of gender discriminations? How would you deal with the complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards gender non-conforming persons? Thank you.
My understanding on gender discrimination, it's not promoting a person just because of a certain gender. It's not acknowledging someone just because of his gender, if he's a male or a female. On a second question, the homophobic question, what is being homophobic? Being homophobic, it's not understanding that in our country, we have a variety of genders. We have different genders. So it's times whereby now you need to understand that I can be born as a man and decide to change my gender. It's either I want to be a transsex gender, it's either I identify as another gender from whatever space. So people around me should accept my decision making instead of judging me, instead of criticizing me, instead of calling me names. And the mainstreaming. Can I have the question in Zulu, please? Yeah, mainstreaming.
Which one?
First one, mainstreaming.
Ngizothe uma kwenzeka uba ucommission we-CGE ungameluleka kanjani uhulumeni izinhlaka kahulumeni neminyango kahulumeni ehlukene ukuthi babeke ekukhulwini indaba yokulingana kwabantu ngokobulili.
Babeke kuphi?
Ekukhulwini.
Ekulwini.
Yebo. Ekukhulwini.
Okay, cool. Firstly, if I was a member of CGE, I will make sure in the private sector, that everyone is equal. Everyone is treated in the same way, in the same manner, despite their genders. If there are possibilities that there is a vacancy that is applied for and there's a position and stuff, we shouldn't shortlist or select people because of their genders or their color or we should just shortlist or select people according to what they put on the table or what they contribute, including the public sector. And we should uplift everyone according to, we should uplift everyone equally, not in terms of their agendas, in terms of equality, in terms of economic, like when we are growing people in economic sectors and stuff and political sectors, we should treat everyone in an equal way instead of picking a certain person just because he's a male, just because he's old. Yeah, I think
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Kanyile. In your question, in the question 1, I heard you said you assist and come closer to boys, and you did not said nothing about girls, and you did not said nothing about female, and your concern is the little one, which are boys only, if I heard you correctly.
No, okay.
Thank you.
No, it's not my only concern, young people, boys and stuff. What I've said is I'm running a home rehabilitation. So if I'm running a home rehabilitation, I don't have a permanent structure whereby I keep people. So for instance, if someone from Cape Town, he has an issue of drugs, I will take them to Chesterville, where I'm from, and we'll get you a room. It happens, the room can be 500, 800, depending on the cost of the room where we are renting, because we don't have a permanent structure, a formal structure, even though we do have old school abandoned flats and stuff. But because the issue of drugs is affecting a lot of young people in the hoods, in the township and stuff, so we took an initiative of starting our own rehabilitation. The biggest issue we have, we can't keep females and males in the same facility. And the type of facilities we use, it's not facilities that you can guarantee the safety and everything. So our rehabilitation specifically appoints a person who's really in a space of quitting drugs and who's really in a space of stopping drugs. And that being said, all of these young men who smoke drugs, if you check and find, you will find that they are abusing old women. In most cases, they stay with grandmas. Some they live with their mothers. In most cases, it's single parents. Some are in relationships or are in relationships in high school. They had kids. So now we have a person who's smoking drugs, who has a kid with a girl or a woman from the same neighborhood. That might cause depression for that person alone, for that female alone, because the most thing that we do as young people, as boys, eventually they affect females. So in my process, in terms of cleaning boys and stuff, it's not for boys only, it's for their parents and it's for their loved ones, it's for the people that they had kids with. In the time being, I'm focusing on boys only just because I do not have a facility. We once had an incident whereby on 2018, we had a female that we were cleaning, she ended up falling pregnant. So we decided that
Honorable Masondo.
Chair ngibuzile.
Honorable Piri.
I'm covered. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Kaula. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Kanyile. Igama lami nguSibongile Makoti Khawula. I'm a member of this portfolio committee. Namhlanje inhloso yethu kubheka okhomisha bazongena kule position aka CGE abazosilwela neyinkinga esibhekene nazo ezithinta abantu phansi bakithi abesifazana abakhubazekile youth njalo njalo. Lana nje sikhuluma ngo strategy plan 2019 to 20 4. Mr. Khanyile, emhlabeni uyabona ukuthi kwenzakalani. Umhlaba uyaphithizela. Othisha bafundile, umsebenzi abayitholi. Onesi bakhona bafundile, abayitholi umsebenzi, njalo njalo nodokotela. Abanye baze bafisa ukuthatha impilo zabo. Ngoba inkinga yabo bafundile kodwa umsebenzi abayitholi. Abanye beyithatha ngokuthi bavele bayigwele bayongena otshwaleni. Ngifuna ukwazi mina ukuthi wena if kuyenzeka uyangena kwa CGE as a commissioner, yini ongayenza ukuthi ugovernment akwazi ukubheka isithunzi sothisha behleli kuma desk befunda kanjalo nonesi, social worker, njengoba ubabona nje bebhizi bephuzana notshwala nabanye sebeze bayithatha impilo zabo. Like njengokuthi nje uyazi ukuthi khona lo mthetho othi made uthola ibhasari funeka before ukwazi ukuyimela fanele uqale usebenze egovernment ukuze akukwazi ukukhokha lathathe once imali yakhe leyo ensuke nivumelene ngayo. Okay, akabaqashi ke manje yini eningayenza wena ukuthi bakwazi bajike bafana nalaba abanye abelungu noma kushanjalo amandiya uyubone kune agreement agcina mina noma sobenze no government ubone kodwa sevule isurgery yakhe noma bakwazi bona ugcina bazithuthukisa ukuze siavote leyanto yokuthi bagcine bethatha imphefumulo wabo or bagcine sebengena kwizidakamizwa. Yini ozoyenza ukuthi laba bantu bakwazi ukuthi bafunde ukuthi bazimele bangayithathi bayafa ufakazi uyabona na last week bonile odokotela betata behla benyuka eThekwini ngenxa ukuthi bafundile. Yini ongasilekelela ngayo ukuthi uhambe egovernment uhlale phansi naye nixoxisane yini ongasisiza ngayo lapha?
Okay, ngiyayizwa question ma.
Mr. Khanyile, as the committee here, the members are looking for somebody who would be qualified to be part of the Commission on Gender Equality. And this individual would help in combating any ill that is confronted by women, kids, and people with disabilities. Because in the world where we are right now, as you've seen, things are not going well. So the focus of the question is on the strategic plan 2019-2024. As you would see, doctors and teachers and nurses and others have gone to school, but they're not employed. Many are very suicidal and they end up consuming alcohol and drugs. And the question is, what would you do? How would you advise the government to help in improving skills? Perhaps, for instance, helping others to open their own practices as doctors and start to own these projects that they oversee. Because if you look at what happened, for instance, this past few days with doctors protesting in Durban, and others who finish their education, but they have the heavy burden of paying back these bursaries that help them to get educated. How would you help? What would you advise the government to do in order to combat this so that people are also employed after graduation? Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. On the first one, in terms of employment of doctors and nurses, I think the biggest issue we have in this country when it comes to employment, the rate of unemployment, the biggest predicament that we face in universities and high schools and schools, most Black kids are not taught how to do businesses and how to be business people in future. Meanwhile, everything in our country or in the world is someone else's business. Even if you die, someone's make money on the day of the death. So I think moving forward, if positions or subjects like nursing and stuff, because we have a lot of nurses and the institutions are flooded with teachers. We have UKZN that has a lot of teachers and stuff, but the thing is, when they done with school, it's impossible for some to get employed, to get vacancies and stuff. So the first thing that I will implement, or I will push for implementation, is that even though we go to school and study, but it must be enforced that people are taught how to run their own institutions, how to run their own businesses. Because the biggest issue we have right now, I'm from Chesterville, where I'm from, I'm pretty sure we have more than 20 people who do nursing and medicine, but we don't have any surgery. And it's the lack of certain people, because we do have certain things like NYDA for young people. We do have youth fund, growth fund that can actually assist in an idea or an upcoming business. As a female nurse or as a male nurse, if I don't get employed where I'm from, I can start practicing in that small space. In areas with no surgery, you have education, you have worked before, or you haven't worked at that time, but you can apply for certain fundings and stuff to start your own thing. For students that go to school and then come back, they need to work for government in order for them to pay their NSFAS and stuff. On that issue, that one is a difficult one. As I speak, as I sit here, I completed at University of Technology, but the only thing that I haven't received is the certificate, because it's a certain certificate of a certain quality. They just write you a letter just because I haven't completed my tuition fee. So on that, the next first part whereby kids need to start paying and then build up in life, I think that's one, it's a process that's dragging us, because it might take you close to 15 years to repay every amount that you owe the NSFAS fee. And that's when you start your own life. At that time, you're old. With social workers, we have a lot of NPOs, and there are a lot of people who do social work and stuff. And in certain causes, in certain fields, I believe I believe that it would be great if there is a stop in certain cause. For instance, let's say we have close to 35,000 teachers that are not working in a certain location, and we still do have the course of teaching in the same institution. So the institution takes people very well, knowing that if this person finishes in this school, chances of him or her not working are high. Government should stand up on those kind of courses and stuff and start stopping them. We shouldn't be having the course that have people, more than 100 people, 100,000 people that are not working. And every year people are coming to apply for that course, and institutions that take them and they apply, and the institution benefits, and the person who went to school is not benefiting, because at the end of the day, certain institutions that educate these whole young people, they're running businesses, and we are being educated to be people in future. And if you check in our premises, DUT, UKZN, you hardly find white people in campuses, not in which way. I was just on the question, you hardly find them, but where we are hired and where we put our CVs, they hire us, because you don't go to school to open a business in most cases, but you need a qualification to be a lawyer. So I can have my own law firm, but I'm not a lawyer, and hire people who did law to work for me. So I think the government should start and enforce the value and the importance of knowing how to run a business, how to have a business mind, how to think as a business person, because a lot of people do run certain people's businesses, but they keep on saying, I'm not business minded. Meanwhile, you work for a certain company and you arrange everything, and the owner is on a vacation and you are there and you say, I'm not business minded. So for people who did social work, they should start linking up with NPOs, private companies, with NPOs that deal with assisting young people, people with disabilities, children and women.
Hayi kabi Khanyile. Uyini esipromisayo ukuthi ke kuyena ugovernment uqobo. Ungakwazi ukusilekelela uhambe uhlale naye, ngoba zikhona ikhaya naka-teaching, nakwa-social development. Ukuthi yini ongasilekelela ngayo ukuthi uhambe nixoxisane no-government ukuze laba bantu bengagcini besibulala ngenxa yokuthi abasebenzi kodwa bafundile.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Kanyile, but what exactly are you promising us? As far as government is concerned, some posts are available. Pardon me, some posts are available. But what can you do to negotiate with government so that these people are employed and then they don't end up taking their own lives?
I think the first thing that I can be likely to do when I can get that opportunity, and that I promise, is to make sure that these young people with certain qualification, we find ways and means of creating certain businesses for them. For instance, if you went to varsity for teaching and you have 5 friends that you did teaching with, and we live in an era whereby we don't even have people who take care of young kids, like kids who go to grade R, the crash level and stuff. And we have people who did teaching, who went to universities and stuff, and they are staying at home for years. In terms of starting as an individual, as me, let's say I did teaching and I don't find a job, but I know how to deal with young people. So where I'm from, 95% of people, of 95, we have a lot of kids where I'm from. So having a daycare, for instance, as the start, having a daycare for anyone with a kid to make sure that I take care of those kids. I might be a female, it might be a male, whatever, but having a daycare and growing from that, because I really believe that even if you are a teacher or you're a social worker or you are, but we all need to register certain things that can.
Fortunately, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kanyile.
Thank you, Chair.
We're done with your session. Is there any question that you need to ask the panel? Ukhona ofuna ukubuza amalunga weParliament?
Can I ask something? As the CGE stands for young people, right? Young people, people with disabilities, children, people with disabilities, and women. I think I was saying here as I was saying that I wanted to check that the CGE, what does it actually does in terms of reaching young people who are lost in townships. It can be females, it can be males. It's people that are not approachable, people who speak Tsotsitaal, people who do crimes, people who influence people with certain agendas and stuff. Which strategies do we, or ideas or visions, or what do we have for future in terms of preventing most of the habits that are done by young people?
Okay, thank you very much for your question, but your question was supposed to be answered by yourself. Your question, because you are the candidate. We need to get that information from you. Since you applied to be a commissioner. First of all, you as a candidate, you need to know the Act, the Constitution, the mandate and the role and responsibilities of commissioners. So that question is relevant to yourself, because Tina, we can't give you the answer. Tina, we want to hear from you as an applicant on how are you going to respond to
Can I respond?
Yeah. Now your time is up.
Time is up. No, it's just
Siphelile sakhe isikhathi sokuphendula mina. Masokuphendula mina ukuthi sekuphelile sakhe isikhathi ngoba akusakhuluma amanye amamember.
Yes, Chair.
So wena from today you must go back revisit the Act, the CGE, so that you understand the Act and
i-department, i-mandate ye-CGE, ne-mandate ye-Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. And then you formulate your own understanding in terms of all the programs that they have as CGE and the programs that they have go Zulu NYDA, NYDA and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Yes, thanks.
And then good luck and travel safe. And we wish you good luck.
Thanks, Chair.
We will deliberate on this report next week as a committee, and everybody else, all the candidates will hear when we finalize our report on who are the successful candidates. But thank you very much. Travel safe.
Okay, thanks a lot.
You need a break? Or we need to continue? Or we need a 10 minutes break?
Yes, please, Chair.
10 minutes break.
How many candidates are we left with?
So we are left with
for today. For today, Chair.
Only 4.
Yo.
We are left with 4. Oh, you're asking me how many have we done?
No, how many are we left with for the day?
4. When the next candidate has to be left with 3. Yes, yes. Yes.
Recording stopped.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kamuhelo, Rodney Tiele,
Daily,
eh?
daily,
Tile,
daily.
Teli.
Yeah, daily.
Oh, okay. Let me write. Okay, my name is Nonhlanhla Ncube-Ndaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Honorable members will introduce themselves as and when they are about to ask you a question. And then you have 45 minutes with us. So members will be asking you questions that are relevant to the position that you have applied for to be a commissioner. The first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself. Who are you? And why do you think you're a suitable candidate? Why must we recommend you to the president, to the House, to be appointed as a commissioner? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of this House. I want to start appreciating this opportunity to be shortlisted for this prestigious position of a commissioner for gender equality. Firstly, Chairperson of the House, I think it is important to do dedication. I wish to dedicate this interview to the outgoing Commissioner of Gender, Omama Nomasonto Mazibuko, a woman who has played a significant role in laying a solid foundation for emerging activists with albinism. Chairperson of the House, I have applied for this position for a number of reasons. One, when we adopted the constitution that we adopted in the early 90s in the Constitutional Assembly, it's a constitution that has the founding values, the constitution that has the Bill of Rights as the cornerstone, and also it is a constitution that has got equality and dignity of clauses. And to a certain degree has played a significant role in ensuring that the rights of women are protected in the 1994 constitutional democratic state. But I think it is important, like I spoke about the contribution of the likes of Umama Nomasonto, to move from point A to point B. So I think much as our government has done so much in addressing the gender issues, we must now take this meeting forward in ensuring that we attain gender equality in our lifetime. Secondly, I have applied for this position because of three important constitutional provisions. One, Section 9 Equality Clause, Section 10 Dignity Clause. These are the two important clauses in the Constitution. And these are two important clauses that I believe that are the bedrock of my activism. As you can see in my curriculum vitae that I have been active in various disability non-governmental organizations in the last 14 years, consistently preaching a message of equality, preaching a message of dignity, not for only persons with disability, but for women with disabilities in various disability organizations in South Africa. And I'm very much happy that in this House you have a member from the deaf community, who was denied language for a period of 29 years. Chairperson, these are the people that we want to represent in the Commission for Gender Equality. These are the people that we believe that we should liberate, we should speak on their behalf, ensuring that their rights are championed. Thirdly, I have applied for this position because I believe that gender oppression and subjugation of women should be dismantled. And at the core of dismantling that subjugation and oppression of women is the Commission for Gender Equality as a Chapter 9 body. And in dismantling that gender oppression, I will rely on the provisions of Section 181 of the Constitution. Two important words in that section. It says that Chapter 9 institutions are independent, Chapter 9 institutions are impartial, and they subject only to the law and the Constitution. So even the EFF public protector case set precedence on the powers of the Chapter 9 bodies. The Commission for Gender Equality, the Office of the Public Protector, and the South African Human Rights Commission enjoy the same constitutional powers. True liberation of women, true empowerment of women relies on the existence, relies on the stability and the functioning of the Commission for Gender Equality. Commission for Gender Equality must exist by it must exist to hold the executive accountable and ensure that the gender equality, the gender parity, and the equal representation of women in all levels of the state. I'm referring to the executive, I'm referring to the judiciary, I'm also referring to the legislature. This house, this parliament has got a
Recording in progress.
to ensure that we promote the rights of women. So that is why I applied for this position. Chairperson of this house, I should be appointed for a number of reasons. One, I bring a wealth of knowledge, policy knowledge on inclusive and special needs education. As you can see that I have an honors degree in inclusive education. I will then be able to use that honors degree in inclusive education. I have also taught in the special.
You have already taken 5 minutes. So we are done with this question. Let's go to the next question. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Kamuhel. Just to also add on, Chairperson, to remind you that you only have 45 minutes for this interview, and quite a number of questions that honorable members will still be asking. So just be wary of time in your responses. Consider the issue of time. The question that one wishes to ask you is around the mandate and function of the commission. Because I'm sure that having applied, you are well aware of what CGE's mandate is. So just to cut to the chase and ask you, what is your understanding of the CGE's mandate, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? The second part of that question applies to your understanding of the role of a commissioner in CGE. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the first question, you'll have to rely on the powers, the subsidiary powers of Section 181 of the Constitution and Section 187 of the Constitution on the legislative mandate that says that we must deepen and strengthen. The role of the Commission for Gender Equality is to deepen and to strengthen constitutional democracy by ensuring that the equal enjoyment of the rights of women and ensuring that there is gender equality. On the second question, can you kindly repeat?
What then becomes the role of a commissioner in
the role of the commissioner is to play an oversight role, is to ensure that number one, there is a monitoring and evaluation of practices and policies that promote gender equality, to accelerate education and to accelerate public education and information, and also to ensure that the commission plays its role in ensuring that its mandate is realized.
Okay, Kawula.
Thanks, Ibonge, Mr. TL.
Yes, ma'am.
Angani magbiza. Mina la ngizoba nje ngiqonde lana Ngibonge ukubona ube khona beyiphathi yale lama interview. Ngishiso yini na ngishiso ukuthi kunento lana esibona yenzeka iqhubeka emphakathini leyo kukholela ukuthi abantu abanhlophe esigubo thina ngesizulu sithi inhlophe esigubo asifunde ukuthi kuthiwa nezishawa ngoba ngikwazi kuze kuthiwa nezishawa ngeze nabantu bezwe bakuthathaphi lokho ngoba wonke umuntu wakhiwe uNkulunkulu thina sithi inhlophe esigubo ngesizulu. Ngiyajabula ukubona nawe uthi no ngifuna ukuba yiphathi yokuyongena kwa-CGE la kumama Masonto ukuze ngikwazi ukulwisana nalempi ebhekene nathi ukuthi if thina besibulala bethatha amaphathi ethu omzimba bazoceba. Sibonile last week last month kunengane ngithi la ko 87 months ibiyitrenda kutwithathiwe kakhulukazi eKZN nami wakhona but ngifuna bayazi leyo nto ukuthi siyayibuka lento futhi asithanda samsani nayo. So ngifuna ukwazi-ke ukuthi mangabe wena kwenzeka uyangena kule portfolio kulento kwi-department aka-CGE yini ozosenzela to make sure ukuthi lesi sihlava esiqondene nani sokuthi bakwazi ukuthi mabenibona babona ingcebo siyaphela yini wena ozoyenza like mhlawumbe uqoqoga ulokhuzana amakhosi amenise induna nikhulume kumphakathini. Okwesibili kunabantu abakhubazekile abafundile abangafuni ukudependela kwile mali le yesibonelelo ka-government kodwa ngoba uNkulunkulu kunalento ethi uyakupho kunye akuncishe okunye njengami myself nami khona la ngikhubazeke khona ngani uNkulunkulu akekho umuntu othi ngiyakujeziswa ngikupha lokho wena ngizokupha lokho. Ngifuna ukwazi-ke la ukuthi labantu abakhubazekile yini ozosenzela yona ukuthi uhlangane nokuthi ugovernment akwazi nabo babone beqashwa noma babone benikezwa ama-skills bengadiphendeli kuma-disability grant. Kanjalo nalento yokuthi bona bengaboni bebukelwa phansi noma ngabe kuthiwa kwakhiwa izindlu noma kwakhiwa intuthuko kwakhiwa ama-office babe nendawo yabo la abazokwazi ukuhamba khona. Khumbula nje example kunemantshi lapha kaMaster imantshi athi yebuka mamkhawula ngisebenze la kodwa la angikwazi ukukhuphuka ngema-ofisini ngihamba kabuhlungu. Ukuthi yini ozokwenza show ukuthi nabo labantu abakhubazekile makwakhiwa i-building ka-government nabo babala nanokuthi bayeke ukudiphendela ini ku-government bayibone nabo befana nawo wonke umuntu. Ngiyabonga. Uzokhuluma eceleni likaJoji.
Okay, I wish to apologize to the honorable member because I think I've stated it well in my Yes. I respect the parliament to avail this.
The honorable member first started by thanking you for taking an interest in this particular process and also further explained in isiZulu what we call albinism is called. And he said it's called inhlophe esigubo, and there's a term that is rather derogatory that is used in isiZulu, and she indicated that she does not subscribe to that kind of thinking and despises and is appalled by that particular term. However, she then went further to appreciate your interest in the commission and as well as your appreciation and inspiration that you draw from the previous commissioners, in particular Mama Masonto. Yeah, and then she then went on to speak about a trending case of a young girl who has been in the news after having disappeared for a period, I think, of about 3 months, if I'm not mistaken. And then the question was, what would you do to fight against the scourge of killing of people with albinism in particular? Looking at the current case that I've just referred to. And then also in dealing with this particular scourge, what would be your approach be in terms of dealing with the traditional authorities where these cases are prevalent? And then secondly, how would you ensure that people with disabilities do receive employment and are not dependent on the disability grant? And lastly, how would you ensure that government departments comply with the regulations insofar as people with disabilities are concerned?
In my office.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I'm currently serving in the Disability Advisory Committee of the South African Human Rights Commission. I will rely on my expertise and knowledge to respond to your question. Firstly, one of the important pillars of the Commission for Gender Equality is to accelerate public education and information, to ensure that the work of the Commission for Gender Equality becomes visible. When you do public education and information, you do something like an advocacy and awareness training to teach people about albinism, to teach people about the challenges that face people with albinism. But we have to have a strategy and pick up the hotspot in terms of the dangerous provinces where people are exposed to these killings. We can look at in the north of KwaZulu-Natal, Manguzi, that district. You can look at Witbank in Mpumalanga. That's where most of these attacks and killings happen. Number two, we must also consider, and I think the Act of a Commission for Gender Equality allows proper coordination, proper partnership with South African Human Rights Commission to ensure that there's justice, to ensure that there's those who perpetrate the killings or those who perpetrate the stigma and marginalization with albinism are held accountable. And also in terms of the employment and the empowerment of people with albinism, there's also another important pillar under the Commission for Gender Equality. This pillar speaks about monitoring and evaluation. One of the roles of the Commission for Gender Equality is to monitor the implementation of the white paper on the rights of persons with disability. White paper says that the government has an obligation to achieve 7% disability representation. I think that this House is familiar with a white paper on the right of persons with disability. So we have to make sure that white paper is implemented across all spheres of government. Like I said, this House has an obligation to hold the executive accountable. Not just the executive, but the private sector and any private institutions, whether the banking industry, the mining sector, the telecommunication industry, as long as it is the private sector, it has got the legislative mandate to abide by the laws and the policies that are adopted in this country. And finally, I submit that this House can rely on the EFF public protector ruling that affirms that the Chapter 9 bodies have got the powers to do the recommendations unless those recommendations are subjected to the processes of the court. So CGE also has the powers to do the recommendation on such matters, or where there is an injustice in terms of employment, where there is an injustice in terms of any level of subjugation or oppression that faces people with disability and women in general.
Chair, I have a follow-up, please.
Time. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Honorable Nazli Sharif. I'm having really bad signal, so I'm not going to put my video on, but I'll show you who I am so you can just see me. You speak about being accountable and holding the executive to account, and essentially that's what a Chapter 9 institution's mandate is, to make sure that government departments are doing what they need to be doing. How will you as a commissioner hold government accountable? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Okay. Are you continuing with the question?
Will you repeat the question,
Or I can
please?
continue? Okay.
Don't focus on her, focus on us.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's
Okay.
doing her sign language work.
Okay. Part of holding the executive accountable is to ensure the overall implementation of a white paper on the rights of persons with disability. White paper has got the 9 strategic pillars. The pillar that speaks about the economic empowerment to ensure that the entire sector of disabilities is empowered. But what is more important is that you cannot hold institutions accountable without accelerating public education and advocacy and awareness training. Because the very same institutions that you have to hold accountable, some of them do not know about these policies that protect the rights of persons with disability. So we have to enforce and we have to make sure that there is clear public information and education and how everybody is supposed to move forward. We can do that through by making sure that we organize the symposiums, the gender symposiums, gender dialogues, disability dialogues, etc., and bring everyone in the room, the stakeholders, and all the parties that are expected to implement those laws, and the people that are also expected to benefit out of those laws. That's the only way that we can move forward. We do this not because we want to punish people, but we are not doing this because we want to punish people, but you are doing this because you are trying to bring everyone together in one room and make them understand the founding values of our constitution and the expectation that comes with it.
Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Rodney. My question is, how do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation process and oversight by Parliament?
Oh, you mean monitoring and evaluation? Can you rephrase your question kindly?
How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
I'm not sure if I hear the question, but you are speaking about, can you please repeat it? Because I hear a problem. Please raise your voice.
How do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and oversight by Parliament?
Firstly, as a matter of legal principle, the CGE accounts to this Parliament. It works closely to this Parliament through this portfolio committee. On the monitoring and evaluation aspect, on the implementation of gender related policies, CGE holds, like I said, the public sector and the private sector accountable. But in terms of the relationship with this house, we have to make sure that from time to time we review policies and the legislations that seek to benefit and to achieve the objects of the Commission for Gender Equality.
Honorable Mumhlema.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Kamohelo. Is it right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My question is created under gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Let's say you are a commissioner now. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities in the private sector to mainstreaming gender in order to achieve gender equality? Furthermore, what in your view are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society? Thank you.
Can I start with the last question? Firstly, how to foster gender equality in the society is to make sure that there is a clear political will on the policymakers and those who implement policies in the level of the executive to ensure that there is equal representation of women in the positions of leadership. There is equal representation of women also in the middle and junior positions, and there must be gender parity and a clear political will that women must be empowered deliberately so under that constitutional principle. So it means that a precedent must be set that all institutions of the state, all branches of government must make sure that women are empowered deliberately so. I don't know in terms of the threshold, but in terms of determining gender equality, 50-50 plus. But because of the historical challenges of the past, you will find that numbers are still lagging behind. So when we do that kind of empowerment, we have to make sure that we try and balance those numbers while addressing the historical injustices facing women in the past. So we have to make sure that there's a clear political will in addressing that challenge. But to attain equality and mainstream, it is through empowerment and to make sure that the programs of women do not exist in isolation, because women too do not exist in isolation. They exist as part of a broader, larger society that has got men, that has got LGBTI community, that has got people with disabilities. So we have to make sure that when we enforce gender programs, we include all stakeholders for them to understand the cause. That by doing that, we are mainstreaming gender equality in South Africa, but also promoting equality. To promote equality is to empower, and when you empower a person, you do it in the spirit of the Bill of Rights. You do it in the spirit of the Section 9 provision and Section 10 dignity clause as enshrined in our constitution.
Honorable Piri.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Carol Piri. As you said, I must introduce myself to the barracking candidate. Chair, I'll go straight to my question. I want to check with the candidate. Is he aware of the Section 11, subsection 1, that provides the institution with the international treaty? So I want to check with him if he knows the role of the CGE in terms of the obligation. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so thank you very much, Honorable Member. In the context of international law, I'm only aware of two treaties or international declaration. Firstly, the 1995 Beijing Declaration, and also the SADC protocol on gender equality. And as a matter of constitutional principle, South African law is subject to international law, as long as that law is not contravening the spirit of the Bill of Rights. So those are the international declarations that bind us to implement these resolutions as signatories, as participants of these international treaties. Because any conference that happened in the international, and we happen to be the signatories of that conference, that law binds us as Parliament to implement this law, but also to ensure that all state institutions implement those the resolutions of that conference, either at an international level or also at the regional level, like the SADC. The international law binds us as South Africans. So CGE has got the mandate to implement those resolutions, especially the Beijing Conference and also the SADC protocol on the gender equality.
Question number 8. Ne? Okay, I'll ask question number 5. Ma, buzila ngithi mamhlongo. No, ngithi. Okay, what is your understanding of corporate governance insofar as operations of the CGE is concerned, and specifically your potential role as a commissioner? 2, have you ever been accused or insinuated on unfair discrimination prohibited by Section 9, subsection 4 of the Constitution?
Thank you very much. My understanding on corporate governance is that the CG has got an obligation to build a chapter nine body which is credible, a chapter 9 body which has the ethical values, a chapter 9 value which is accountable and transparent and subject to the principle of substantive equality, to promote the rights of women, to ensure that the institution itself is stable both in quality and in quantity, to have the type of commissioners that will understand the overall constitutional mandate of the chapter 9 body. Number 2, in terms of I need clarity, Chairperson. Are you asking about Pepuda Act? On the second question?
I'm asking about the Constitution.
Or the
Section
Constitution?
9, subsection 4 of the Constitution.
Which laws? I mean, which section of the Constitution are you relying on so that I can answer from a point of legal authority?
Have you ever been accused? Ne?
Okay.
Or insinuated on unfair discrimination prohibited by Section 9, subsection clause 9, subsection 4 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa?
Well, I've never accused of any section of that nation. Thank you very much.
I think we've come to the end of your questions. Is there anything that you want to ask the panel in relation to the process on from today onwards? What is going to happen? Yo, Sheriff.
Yes, Chair.
My apologies.
Forgot me, Chair. No worries, Chair.
Please
my-
come
my
with your question. My apologies.
No worries, Chair. Thank you for the platform. My question to the candidate is, when working in such a big and important organization like the Commission for Gender Equality, you will be working with different types of people. You'll be working with people from different backgrounds, different EQ, different IQ levels, different experiences, not only fellow commissioners, but staff within the commission, as well as citizens and people of the public. And when people work together, you often have conflict. Can you explain to the panel what the best way to manage conflict is from your perspective, as well as give us an example where you were able to manage conflict efficiently and still lead the team to the ultimate goal and the ultimate vision? Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Conflict resolution in such a high caliber chapter 9 institution requires an objective approach from all parties that are involved in whatever disputes that will be happening that will be prevailing at that given moment. What is important is to adopt a non-biased and a neutral approach to ensure that all parties that are involved in the dispute don't somehow feel neglected or don't somehow feel left out. It is important to appreciate and to understand the different versions, the different side of story, in order for you to arrive at a particular conclusion. But in arriving at a particular conclusion, what is of supreme priority should be when you build an institution such as the Commission for Gender Equality, you look at the objects of the commission. When you resolve the dispute, you prioritize the object of the commission, you prioritize the mandate of the commission ahead of personal differences, ahead of egos. Because what is more significant is to ensure that we build a Chapter 9 body which functions fully outside of personal matters. A workplace is a place where we can then try to find each other. The differences will be there from time to time, but we have to make sure that we put the interest of this organization, which is impartial, which is independent, which will serve the people of South Africa and make sure that it's healthy, it's not intoxicated with conflicts and all of these challenges in the workplace. So part of providing strategic leadership in resolving disputes is to ensure that you adopt such an objective approach, appreciating the different parties and their background in terms of how they view issues and try to come with a solution that will benefit those parties. Also with consultation where there are limitations, those who are senior to you, you can also seek counsel to try and find solution that will benefit the organization, not one party over the another. Organization comes first, and then personal interest of individuals, whether commissioners or a CEO or a CFO comes second. It is important to prioritize the institution over the personal interest of others.
Any follow-up, Sheriff?
Chair, just a quick one on an example of where the candidate successfully had conflict management with positive outcomes.
I can hear you.
An example where, can you give us an example where you yourself had to conflict manage in real life and it had positive outcomes to reach your goal or your objective? Can you give us a real life example of how you managed conflict?
Okay, I've had the privilege and honor to serve various disability organizations in the last 14 years. There would be differences in terms of culture. There would be differences in terms of the language and not the official language, the language in terms of how we communicate to each other. There will be those issues of people not attending the meetings and wanting to personalize issues within the organization. We have always resolved those disputes at the leadership level to ensure that everybody understands the mandate of an organization. The first principle that, like I made an emphasis, put the interest of an organization first above the interest of an individual, even if it has to reach a position of compromise. Because you cannot, the reality of the matter is that when you deal with a conflict or a dispute resolution, you can never satisfy all parties. One party has to take the compromise to ensure that the organization remains healthy, the organization remains stable moving forward. So, like I said, this is a critical chapter 9 body that should liberate the women of South Africa and to ensure that they attain that hegemony at the political level, they attain that hegemony at an economic level. So you have to ensure that, for instance, the chairperson with the executive authority in terms of the CG Act has to ensure that there's stability within the organization. There's an understanding in terms of the mandate that has to, in terms of building the commission moving forward. So it's a question of leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of your questions, Mr. Kamohelo.
In conclusion, I want to take this opportunity to say ke a leboha haholo ka opportunity mfileng yona hore ke tle mo ke tlo interview for this important position. Ke confidence e kgolo haholo ebile ke tshepa hore portfolio committee I dula mane etsa di-recommendation e tla etsa bonnete ba hore di-commissioner tse kenang, there is a representation of disability, there is a representation of gender and people from different type of background, not in our own interest, but in the interest of our communities and the people that we represent at the rural villages, in the townships and where we come from. Nonetheless, ke a leboha for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Indeed, those are some of the things that we stand for as this portfolio committee. We are done. We wish you good luck.
Ke a leboha.
And then we'll be deliberating on this report next week. So you can watch us. And then we wish you good luck
No, ke a leboha.
and travel safe. I don't know whether we are sleeping in Cape Town or we are flying out, but have a good night's sleep. Thank you very much.
No, ke a leboha.
I added his name because honorable members took his time in asking questions. Next candidate. Yeah. Thank you very much, honorable members. Mr. Mfundo Nomvungu. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Chair.
You're welcome and Ndlula Neli, Ndlula. Abokuthi asidilene Neli. Neli, i-candidate selilami na ngiya-interviewa manje. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncube-Ndaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Our honorable members will introduce themselves before they ask you questions. But you have 45 minutes with us in this room. And the first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself. Who are you? And why do you think we as the Portfolio Committee should recommend you to the House so that you can be appointed as a commissioner for CGE?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair and honorable members in this August House. My name is Mfundo Nomvungu. I hail from the Eastern Cape in a small town called Flagstaff, a small village there called Mfundisweni. I came to Cape Town to study many years ago. Thank you. Many years ago, and I decided to make this place, Cape Town, a place of my residence. I have completed my studies and furthered my studies into postgrad. I worked in the sector of gender-based violence for more than 10 years. And I am still working in the sector. And so one of the reasons I decided to put my hand up for this commission, it's because I want to be counted among other people who have made an impact in our country as far as gender equality is concerned. And secondly, I don't want to be a bystander in my own country. I want to contribute the little that I have from my own experiences. And so I've worked for the civil society organizations and I've worked for the public sector. And I am currently still working part-time with other gender-based violence civil society organizations. So that is briefly about me, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please fix your mic so that we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Piri.
Thank you, Chair. Our candidate, my name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of the committee. Chair, I want to question the candidate in terms of, or am I allowed, Chair, to switch off my video? I have a problem. The network was off and I just came back now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Our candidate, I just want to check with you as the best candidate. I know you refer yourself to be the best because you applied and you see yourself understanding the CGE. I want to check with you, are you familiar with Section 11, subsection 1, that deals with international treaties? And if you are aware, you know, what are the obligations and the objectives of the Section 11, which I've just mentioned, international treaties? And can you also give me one protocol that you know and elaborate further? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I am aware that South Africa subscribes to international treaties as far as gender equality is concerned. And one of the obligations around gender equality is transformation and accountability hand in hand. So I know that as a country, we have from time to time to report on the progress of the transformation that has been done thus far as a country, being obligated by the international treaties. I'm not sure if I have given enough answer to the honorable member.
What is it that you are focusing on regarding the United Nations?
When you focus on the United Nations, there are Paris principles that guides human rights. And so the Paris principles, as they stand, they acknowledge that there were countries like South Africa that had injustices in the past. So countries that have signed the treaty have committed themselves to address some of the inequalities, gender inequality being one of them.
Okay. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you so much, Chair. Again, network issues, but I'll just introduce myself. My name is Nazli Sharif, Member of Parliament and member of the Portfolio Committee. Sorry, Chair, let me just get, Fundo, you spoke about being active in the GBVF space for over 10 years now. Can you tell us a little bit about your view, your perspective around the role that the Commission for Gender Equality has played when it comes to combating gender-based violence and femicide. As you are aware, hopefully you are aware, that we have adopted the National Strategic Plan as well as key GBV legislation to assist in combating GBVF. Can you tell us, in your view and your perspective, what is your understanding of the NSP, and can you name at least 2 of the 7 pillars? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank you, Honorable Chair. I am aware of the National Strategic Plan that was at the forefront of the at the forefront of that. There were civil society organizations that have led in critical areas. And so one of the pillars, maybe just to name 1 or 2 of these pillars, is around building a social cohesion. So what that means, building social cohesion, is that the government is expected to be proactive in developing programs that prevent gender-based violence. So that's what that pillar deals with. The second one is accountability and leadership. It talks to resource allocation. It talks to the political will, because we all know at the helm of each government department, there are politicians. There are ministers that needs to ensure that they carry the mandate from the office of the presidency to cascade that down to their departments and do all they can to combat and to deal with gender-based violence and femicide. The last one, which is my favorite, is around safety, protection, and healing. It really talks to the services that government should be rendering to the ordinary South African, more especially the victims of gender-based violence and femicide, which we all know that it's predominantly women. So it talks around your TCC Tutuzela care centers. It talks around your shelters, which you have to work with critical stakeholders in all these to be realized. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Sharif, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Chair. My follow-up it's actually was my first question. Maybe the candidate didn't get it. It's in your role, in your view, has the CGE been doing well in their role of combating GBVF, and what do you think the CGE can do better? Thank you, Chair.
Well, my view about the CGE is that it has done what it could do, and based on their reports, I think there's a lot that they could have done. There's a lot that the commissioners could have done, and I know some of the reasons are attributed to lack of resources, that is finances or budget allocation to this. So I think there is still more to be done, even though much of the work has been done. But if I were to assess the CGE based on their own strategic plan, which is what they do on annual basis, they haven't lived up to their planning and strategic planning.
Why do you say that?
I say that because if you look at their annual report, the recent annual report, what they plan to do and what they report to have done by themselves, they are showing, I think, about 53% in total of the areas that is around public education information. It's around the litigation or being the friends of the court. I think it's about 5 areas that they rate themselves. So they give themselves around 53%. That is 2022-2023 report.
So I'm glad that you have read their reports, and how best are you going to change that?
Well, Honorable Chair, I think we need to be creative. I think some of the reasons why I put my hand up, it's because we need to find creative ways of doing the work that the CEG is mandated by the Constitution to do. One, it is not mandated to render services to people, but to hold government, private sector, and NGO and other organizations accountable. So in our country, we have what you call the global fund that comes into our country. And some of the work that is allocated to that fund, it has to do with GBV. So I think there has to be a concerted effort between the CGE and this committee, or through this committee and the Office of the Deputy President and the Presidency, to allocate enough resources. I can imagine throughout the provinces where you will have to deal with the mining industry complying to gender equality, where you have to deal with the farms in the Western Cape, farm workers, which are predominantly male, and the mining sector, and the social, social service profession or health, which is predominantly females. So we need to bring a sort of equilibrium, but we need to not fragment resources in terms of allocating to the GBV. So this CGE should be a body where accountability in terms of the progress made by the country is done and reported to this committee, because it means that our country, through this legislation to the parliament, would be able to see how far we are progressing as far as gender equality is concerned.
Okay, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon, Mr. Mfundo. My name is Figile Masiko. I'm a member of this committee. My question will be simple, and it's around the mandate and functions of the Commission on Gender Equality, of which you've applied to be a commissioner in. What, in your understanding, is the mandate, the powers and functions of CGE in terms of the Constitution of South Africa and its enabling legislation? And then the second part of that question is quite simple. What is your understanding, what in your understanding is a role of a commissioner in CGE? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you to Honorable Masiko. It is clear in our Constitution, Section 189, that this commission is entrusted by the Constitution to deepen democracy. It's one of the institutions that I have written about in my thesis, in my master's thesis, because it's very interesting that the drafters of the Constitution did not want to centralize the power in one place. But for us to be accountable, they created wings, which is this institution. So the mandate of this is to deepen democracy and constitutional democracy, to be specific, so that it is realized by all, not only by some, but by the ordinary people in the periphery of our country. Secondly, the powers of this commission, it is empowered to protect, to promote, to develop, and to ensure that gender equality is attained. So that's the power. And so the functions, which I would say it's the duties of the commissioners, it's to really play an oversight. And you need people who understand corporate governance or governance in general. So one of the, or three of the roles and functions of the commissioners is to ensure that they assist in the planning and developing recommendations that are ultimately communicated to the investigations or hearings that have been conducted. Two, you ensure that you play an oversight in its totality. So this is you making sure that the office in Johannesburg is really doing what's supposed to do, and the offices in all provinces are doing what they're supposed to do. And I think This is the commission, in my view, Honorable Masiko, just to digress, this is the commission that will help government to ensure or to see where there are loopholes in terms of equality so that they can redress. And one of the critical components that you can do that is monitoring and evaluation. So you do that as you go along so that legislation does not get prolonged to be reviewed. It gets reviewed as we experience challenges along the way. So I think the commissioners, they really play an oversight role, which you could easily translate as a fiducial. They have a fiducial responsibility because anything and everything that happens to that institution as independent and impartial and acting without fear or favor is concerned. The buck stops with that commission, and the commissioners have to be answerable. And this is the committee where they get to account and answer the questions relating to that commission. Thank you, Honorable Member.
I'm glad that you do understand where CGE is accountable. And there was an instance where CGE was on newspaper for wrong reasons. And I'm sure you saw the face, most of the those newspapers who were publishing those stories, they were putting the face of the chair that the portfolio committee is interfering. So in your view, what was published by the newspapers and vis-a-vis your analyzing and assessing the work that is done by CGE, what can you say to the portfolio committee?
I did not anticipate the question, Honorable Chair, but let me attempt to answer it. I think the commission is as much as it is independent, and this committee cannot interfere in their day-to-day running. But that commission is not operating in isolation. It operates within the ambits of the law. And it's very clear in section 1.8 towards the end that it is answerable in this committee. So if that commission that cannot make decisions on matters of national importance, so the chair has to take the seat of the chair of that commission, because ultimately they report to you and you report to the parliament. So the sequence of understanding how legislation works is very important to the commissioners and where they are accountable, as much as they are accountable to the parliament, because that's what the constitution say, but they account in this committee. And it is this committee that presents the report on behalf of the commission to the parliament. So I see no bad law in taking over when the institution crumbles because of what happened. I don't want to even mention what happened, which is still ongoing in terms of investigation. But I know that also in terms of law, the national government can also take over provincial government. The national government can take over the provincial government when it's not functioning according to the law. So there's nothing different between this committee, what this committee has done, and what the national government has done in Free State a few years ago. It's the same procedure.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mamhlengwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, Fundo.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
My question is around gender equality and gender mainstreaming. Let me say you are a commissioner. As a commissioner of the CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstreaming gender in order to achieve gender equality? And what, in your view, are the key mechanisms or measures to foster gender equality in society? I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Member. I think maybe let me start with your second question, saying one of the best mechanisms is to foster stakeholder relations with people that you work with. That is a much more polite way to work with people, so that you are all on the same page and you support each other. You assist where you can. So I would establish or ensure there is much rigor in terms of stakeholder engagement. First, that would be the mechanism I employ. A second one is that we need to look at the policies of these private sectors. Do they really in nature? They may be in paper, but what are we seeing in practice? So I think again here, what I've spoken about, the importance of a monitoring and evaluation unit being created within the CGE that is going to decisively focus on that. It's going to tell us whether we are achieving or not achieving, whether we are progressing or not progressing. Those would be my two. But failing which, I think we need to investigate as CGE, probably let me say as Chapter 9 institutions, all of them need to maybe converse among themselves on whether the judgment of the EFF versus the Speaker of the National Assembly is applicable to all Chapter 9 institutions, where remedial actions, in this case, recommendation, are they binding? So if they are binding, they have to be enforced, because then that would be law. So in terms of gender mainstreaming, I think, Honorable Member, we need to have a frank conversation. But I think the pace that we will be working with, the pace that we need to work with has to really pick up. It can't be that after 25 years, 30 years in democracy, we're still talking about redressing the inequalities. So the private sector will have to come into play in the strategy that needs to be developed between all sectors involved in terms of transformation. Because I think one thing about transformation is that we all want transformation. It can be written on paper. Everybody can envisage this one and undivided society. But the truth is, it is not when you look in practice. So there has to be concerted efforts on how these strategies, which must be developed between CGE and stakeholders, are monitored on regular basis, not on yearly basis, probably on quarterly basis, to see how many people are you recruiting here in this farm, because we see you have only male. So how many females do you have? So as the mining sector, how many females are you intentionally recruiting to be part of this conveying belt? So there has to be a conversation, but a conversation that is decisive, that moves with a much faster pace than it is now. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaula.
Thank you, Chair. Ngibonge, Mr. Nomvungu. Okwami lana engitheke ngizame nje ngesixoxe ngakho la. Sikhuluma ngokuthi sifuna labantu abazoba abantu ka-CGE abazongena kulezi ifundzi. Lana ngiyinhlobo ethi umzekelo. Lana kunento eyenzeka kakhulu emphakathini, especially kogogo. Asithi la ugogo mdala kunalesi lento ugogo ebizwa ngokuthi dementia. Lana umqondo wakho ugcina usubuyela ebunganeni. Athi mayihamba mhlambe angayiboni ukuthi unqunu mhlambe abone sekumunye umuzi egcineni logogo bese bulawa ngoku-accuse kuthiwa ubezothakatha. Kanjalo babulawe bashiselwe imizi akubona kuyenzeka kobhizani kakhulukazi wonke ama-province anento zawo nokureyishwa ogogo kuyanda la asithi wena ufundiswa ugogo wakho or uma wakho usufundile wena waqeda subona ikhaya lakini lingasafanele ugogo seseliyedwa ekhaya seyahlaselwa kuthi uyathakatha seyahlaselwa kuthi uyareyishwa. Okunye futhi okungiphatha kambi if sikhuluma ngomuntu esimfuna ezongena kula kulento ebizwa ngokuthi u-CGE udaba oluthinta ukuthwala kwey'ngane. Thola ukuthi ingane iyathwalwa iyoganiselwa umuntu ngale kokuvumelana kwabo while thina as this government isingahambisani nakho. Okunye okubuhlungu futhi yile ntuthuko oyibonayo ukuthi ayiyi emakhaya. Abanayo imigwaqo iy'ngane mayiwela emazi esikoleni funa ingene emadrameni avalwe baweliswe baye ngaphesheya. Kushona umuntu uwela umfula omkhulu uyofihlwa ngaphesheya. Umbuzo wami uthi-ke if wena even nothisha ey'koleni ney'ngane bayikhulula ehlathini ngikhuluma ngento engizaziyo mhlawumbe uzazi ezinye zazo uzoyikhumbula okhubazekile laphayana akanakwa ngenxa yokuthi khona lento yenkolelo ukuthi if ekhubazekile akafanele abe nama-right ukuthi aye esikoleni afunde ukuze loyo mndeni uzothola ini imali. Ngifuna ukwazi-ke lana Mr. Nomvungu ukuthi ake kwenzeke-ke uyayithola le position lezi inkinga engikhuluma ngazo la yini ozoyenza ukuthi lama case ngoba abanye bayavulelwa ama case kodwa kuthiwa vele aphelele ephi e-court. Ngangokuthi nje kulawa amanye engiwaziyo engiwalandelayo ase-Eastern Cape kuthiwa umuntu ufika aboshwa ebulela umuntu omdala noma emrephile kusasa uyambona usebuyile usaqhubeka lapha. Yini wena ozosenzela yona ukuthi sibone lama case ukuboshwa abantu sibone lezi ngane ezireyishwayo ezinye ngoba zikhulula ehlathini nazo zicatshangela isidimo sabo nalabantu abakhubazekile sibabone nabo bathola ama-rights abo ngoba ukukhubazeka ungakhubazeka ngezandla ngakho kodwa uthole ukuthi ingqondo injani ayikhubazekile ukuthi nabo noma kwakhiwa futhi wathi emphakathini izindlu kwazi ukuthi okay le ndlu igudi kumuntu okhubazekile hayi vele kwakhiwe ukuthi uzoyibonela nasemsebenzini wabaqashwa makwakhiwa mhlambe imoli ngabe kwakhiwa ama-ofisi kamasipala nabo bakwazi bahambe benendawo bazongena khona bakwazi ukusebenza njengabanye abantu. Yini wena osithembisa yona ukuthi zonke lezi zinto engikhala ngazo esikhala ngazo as this portfolio committee nizokwazi ukuthi uyimele to push government ukuthi mayizenze kanjalo futhi nalaba abafanele ngabama-rights abo bayathola bawathola ama-case lawa lele ema-court siwabona epush yini ozosiza ngayo.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And
So, sangathi ufuna ufaka uJoji.
My apologies, sir.
Sorry.
Just for interpreting. So, Mr. Nomvungu, the honorable member raises that the biggest quest that this committee has is to find people who are suitable for the posts in the CGE. And because of the prevalence of so many things that are happening in our society, this is a really key task that they have. For example, it is prevalent among a lot of grannies or the elderly to find that they suffer from ailments such as dementia in the rural areas, where they sometimes possibly find themselves naked without even realizing. And the community regards that as a sign of witchcraft, and such poor individuals are killed. An example of this has happened in Bizana. A few examples that she knows in some of these regions. Some are raped in these communities. People get education and they leave home and they never return home. And so the elderly are left destitute, prone to being attacked because of the accusation of witchcraft. Another concern she has is about Uktwala, which is a young maiden probably being forcibly abducted to marry somebody without their permission, something that the government is opposed to. When it comes to development, in some of these areas, there are no roads. People use drums, for instance, to cross rivers, and this is very dangerous for kids, where they put into a drum and it's closed up and pushed across the river. Some people die. Teachers and children in some schools use bushes to relieve themselves because there are no facilities for such. People with disabilities are ignored and regarded as having no right to education. So if you should happen to have this position in the CGE, what will you do to help out, especially in pushing the government to take action against such people? Because some cases are opened, but they become cold cases in most of the situations. The elderly are still killed, people arrested, but released the following day and go back into the community and still repeat their offense against community. What will you do to restore the dignity of children, people with disabilities, and to ensure that when housing is provided, such people receive infrastructure that fits their needs, with ramps and so on for entry and the like? And when it comes to municipal, my apologies, ma'am. What will you do to help out in that situation?
Briefly, Honorable, thank you, Chair and Honorable Member. Just briefly, I think there are prescripts that really guide this commission as to how it should operate. And one of the key responsibilities entrusted to this commission is to develop and to ensure that the equality, gender inequality is attainable. And under the climate of budget cuts, I believe that we should, to an extent, collaborate with a lot of stakeholders, such as the private companies through their social corporate investment, to help where they can. But I think this commission has to be very decisive in terms of giving timelines to government, because resources are allocated to provinces, resources are allocated to the department and returned to Treasury. And that's the reality. So we have to hold government accountable with timelines. And it can't be, I want to repeat that, it can't be after 30 years of democracy, we still have indigents that cannot receive IDs, that do not have housing, decent housing, unable to access state buildings that have ramps. It's really something that we need to advocate for as CGE in terms of their planning, so that we know that these are vulnerable groups that need to be prioritized in the planning of government. And I know that government at the moment is unable to achieve 2% of employment of people living with disability, but we have to enforce that. So that's why I said we need to investigate that case. Is it applicable to all Chapter 9 institutions that these recommendations are enforceable so that we are able to litigate against government, so that we are able to help people receive services without returning resources to Treasury, while there is a dire need in our societies. There is a dire need. So what you're talking about, Honorable Member, I am very well aware of because I also come from rural areas. So the issues of witchcraft and ukutwala, rape that must be discussed by family. I think the CGE has a responsibility to educate these communities through community leaders, religious leaders, and we need all to partner so that we know what to do when these things arise. Because it can't be that we have a house of an elderly burnt down because she's accused of witchcraft and there's no evidence of such. And people who burn down the house are known and nothing is being done about that. So we have to.
Thank you very much. Your time
Thank you.
is up. Thank you very much, Mr. Fundo, for your time, for honoring our invitation for this interview. Unfortunately, we no longer have that leverage of asking us a question because already we have taken more minutes. So next week we'll be deliberating on this report, and you will watch us next week, and you will hear when we present the final report in the House. And after we'll take the report to the president, so that the president is the one who will be appointing the final candidates as commissioners. But thank you very much. And we wish you good luck. Yeah. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Just say thank you for inviting me as well to this. And also, I know you started quite early, probably exhausted. So thank you so much for inviting me. Ngos.
Okay, siyabonga. The three of you, you can go fetch your cards, and then we'll resume when you come back. Don't take 20 minutes, only have 10 minutes. That's any more than a group. Well, I was organizing transport. So.
Chair, I think your mic is on, Chair. Chair, check your mic.